Karibu sana mwakazi. One time. Okay, all right. Yes, sir. One time. Karibu sana mwakazi.
Mama wagashiga wamanya masamburero tucheze rurasira nisanga musibitari kameka manyori masamburero mama wagashiga wamanya masamburero tucheze rurasira nisanga musibitari ndoro kanda moyo magamu yetsanyeko lero mirango magamu ya hanga mumuvano omundu feranga moyo magamu ya sereko lero miraho magamu ya hanga mumuvano omundu feranga moyo magamu ya sereko lero miraho magamu ya hanga mumuvano lero miraho magamu ya hanga mumuvano Chabakali Hawa abacheni baringo Hawa nali munya simu yanga simu ya manani simbi nali munya simunya simbi ya marabi nali munya simunya simbi ya marabi nali munya simunya simbi ya marabi Hallelujah, Simunya, Simbi Amarami. Henga, 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 Henga.
Anasi. Wewe. Na ikunokuwa na. Ibe.
Gonga mswa, ileba gonga mswa. Gonga mswa, ileba gonga mswa. Gonga mswa, aziza gonga mswa. Gonga mswa, aziza gonga mswa. Gonga mswa, emepo gonga mswa. Gonga mswa, emepo gonga mswa. Gonga mswa, Nairobi gonga mswa. Iraoya, Iraoya, weya he he he. Iraoya, weya he 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 he. Iraoya, weya he he he. Iraoya, weya he 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 he. Iraoya, he 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 he. Iraoya, he 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 he. Iraoya, weya he he he. Iraoya, weya he 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 he. Iraoya. Hey 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 Hiraoya. Hey 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 Hiraoya. Weya hey 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 Hiraoya. Weya hey 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 Hiraoya. Hey 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 Hiraoya. Hey 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 Hiraoya. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know it takes a while for you to realize I've actually greeted you, but let me just do a take two of the same. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Over there, are you able to see me? Just a wave as a sign that we are communicating here. Thank you, that's more like it. The other side, beautiful. It's a beautiful morning, and we here, our role is very simple. Just to break the formality
in a small way, then allow you to go back to the formality. For this one number, I will not engage you. I will only ask you to clap for us for having sung the few songs we've done before. You see, now that is very kind of you. So, taking you all the way to the coastal province and giving you a song from Rabbi. Thereafter, we will know what's the direction we're taking today.
Mangale, 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 mangale. Kuna noni mangale, kuna rau mangale. Wa mubaraka dama wangu, uchi mubanda banda. Wa mubaraka dama wangu, uchi mubanda banda. Mangale, mangale, kuna noni mangale, kuna rau mangale. Wa mubaraka dama wangu, uchi mubanda banda. Wa mubaraka dama wangu, uchi mubanda banda.
Mangale. Aha.
Mubanda kadama wangu.
Pekeshe mwambile mula muyunaza, pekeshe zinari na ngoma we.
Mwambile mula muyunaza, pekeshe zinari na ngoma we.
Pekeshe mwambile mula muyunaza, pekeshe zinari na ngoma we.
Nangoma
We,
nangoma mwana
we,
nangoma
we,
nangoma mwana
we.
nangoma
Aha.
nangoma
We,
nangoma mwana
we,
nangoma
we,
nangoma mwana
we.
Alimebu.
Noni muzo muno beni toto
Aha.
Nenda mulali kulinda maluwa kudezira sira mula muzendere. Endeze mula mudege zingala bungo kulinda maluwa. Nenda mulali kulinda maluwa kudezira sira mula muzendere. Endeze mula mudege zingala bungo kulinda maluwa. Kulinda maluwa, hai kulinda maluwa. Kulinda maruwa, hai kulinda maruwa. Kulinda maruwa, hai kulinda maruwa. Kulinda maruwa, hai kulinda maruwa.
Simba ngulume, ope simba ya ngulume. Simba ngulume, ope simba ya ngulume. Simba ngulume, ope simba ya ngulume. Ope, 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 ope.
Kulinda maruwa, hai kulinda maruwa. 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 Thank you very much. Asante sana. Now, this is that part that I was talking about. I want to request us to be upstanding, all of us. With all due respect, please. Just imagine they have requested, please. All right, this is what you're going to do. Try and stretch a bit to the left and to the right. You see, it goes down well with this rhythm. Just listen to it. Are we good? Yeah. Shed off the official part of it. Be a bit informal. Side by side. Yeah. Twende kabisa. Anti-Counterfeit. I tell you. Like Louis, just a little bit of figurosity, then you relax.
Hamunda sore mudedi wa masore Hamunda sore mudedi wa masore sore mwana wa masore Hamunda sore mwana wa masore Hamunda sore mudedi wa masore Hamunda sore mudedi wa masore Hamunda.
Just a little lower. A little lower.
Here.
A little lower. Get up now.
Hello Yakobe Munda Yaliranga Munda 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 Hello Yakobe Munda
Sore
Hamunda 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 Hamunda
Munda Yakobe Munda
Yaliranga Munda Hello Yakobe Munda.
Get the feelings, kidogo.
Kulipandanda waherora
Mulimuse
waherora
waherora
mulimandanda waherora waherora mulimuse waherora mulimandanda.
Here we go now. I want us to try what we call a ripala.
Manganga
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 Here.
Down and up.
Here.
And down and up and down.
Akwise
Manganga
akwinduri
Akwise Manganga
akwinduri
Akwise Manganga
akwinduri akwise akwinduri.
Here.
Wewe hapo
Chabakari
Chavaka
If I say you raise your hands, you raise. If I say down, down you go. Here we go. Now, here we go.
Potera
Mangondo sarisa Mangondo dora Mangondo sarisa Mangondo dora
Mangondo salisa Mangondo dora Mangondo salisa Mangondo dora Mangondo salisa Mangondo dora Mangondo salisa Mangondo dora. Ay
Let's go. Don't turn around.
wewe
Mangondo sarisa
Mangondo dora Mangondo salisa Mangondo dora
Mangondo sarisa
Mangondo dora Mangondo Mangondo
sarisa
Mangondo
dola
Mangondo
sarisa Mangondo dola Mangondo.
Now, if I say hands up again, now we go like this, huh? Like this, and like this. Okay, go.
Sarisa Mangondo dola
Mangondo salisa Mangondo
Mkono
dora
juu.
Mangondo salisa
Chini.
Mangondo dora
Mkono juu.
Mangondo salisa, mangondo dola, mangondo salisa, mangondo dola, mangondo salisa, mangondo dola.
And down and statue. I'm sure some of you are now breathing hard, yeah? It's acceptable now. Stretch a bit. Kodampa tenda vizuri. Stretch. Joji. Just one more. Kodamba. Just one more. Give somebody a high five just to make it a little bit relaxed. Tell somebody, I know it's a holiday, but we are here to work. Yes, beautiful. Here we go. Just this one more, then I allow you to sit. Sakamba dance. Here we go.
Ah!
And we go. And we go.
Kamukanga dambama zanuweze na jela mwa takaima nekana neze wende mude umuno. Ah!
Here we go. And forward, backward, never. Forward, backward, never. Here we go.
Kamukanga dambama zanuweze na jela mwa takaima nekana neze wende mude umuno.
Forward. Like this. Bruno.
Hey!
Here we go. Here we go.
Aha!
Now, your hands like this.
Mundo tese kudamba, suwalia kudamba, kudamba ni kuseo, netweleze kudamba. Mundo tese kudamba, suwalia kudamba, kudamba ni kuseo, netweleze kudamba.
Go down a little like this.
Netweleze kudamba.
This is a warning to those people who don't like school. Now,
Kala kamwana he kanangengie sukulu yebinya wala wakona wetabe tokule ngumi tokowae kala kamwana he kanangengie sukulu yebinya wala wakona wetabe tokule ngumi tokowae
now here we go. Down and up. Down and up. Down. Here we go one more time.
Mundo tese kudamba, suwalia kudamba, kudamba ne kuseo,
Okay,
netweleze kudamba.
Can you find your
Mundo
right
tese
hand?
kudamba,
Left one.
suwalia kudamba, kudamba ne kuseo, netweleze kudamba.
Let's go now. Here we go.
Humelela, 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 wewe
Wale too.
kayamba
Let's go.
wale kayamba
Here. The other side. The other side.
wewe
The other side. The other side. Here now. Go. Here we go.
wea no wea senze wende ya wala katiko
Kasmito.
wea no wea senze wende ya wala katiko
Now hold on to your waist.
humelela humelela humelela
Even lower.
humelela humelela
Even lower.
humelela
That's good enough.
humelela
Here we go.
humelela
Are you able to find your seat?
humelela 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 humelela. Makofi yao nyingine tafadhali. Powerful. That's it. That's it.
Asante.
Kayamba Africa. Kayamba Africa. You know, when we're talking about counterfeit, this is real. It's Kenyan. All right? It's Kenyan. It's Kenyan. It's Kenyan. Really want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you. This is a very critical day. Every single day, we use products, services. You can imagine, if you don't have the real, your life is on the line. Literally. Think about from the time we were born to this moment. We're here because we cared to have real on the stage, on the table. So even as we engage this morning, I'd kindly request that you consider how critical real is important and celebrate the place of the Anti-Counterfeit Authority in this country.
Kupambana na ulaghai. Kauli mbiu kuendeleza jitihada za kupambana na ulaghai ili kuhimiza ubunifu na kuongeza uaminifu kwa wateja. Kwa hisani ya
I can see, dear sir, you are agreeing with me. Tell us your name and organization. And why is this particular event important?
Okay, thank you very much. The name is Wafula Nabutola.
Makofi tu bwana Wafula Nabutola. Asante sana.
Of Kenya Private Sector Alliance. We are keen to have real, to have things, yes, not fake or duplicated. No, we just want the original. The Kenya is original. You know Kenya is original?
Oh, I love that. Kenya is original. Say, I am original. Because you're a Kenyan and Kenya is original.
Asante sana. I can't say anything more except that we should have fun.
Absolutely.
Dance, and keep it real.
Oh, makofi yake tafadhali. Wow, I love that. Have fun, keep it real. That's the spirit. Keep it real, keep it real, keep it real. Now turn to the person seated next to you and tell them, keep it real, keep it real, keep it real, keep it real. It's absolutely important. And by the way, it's not just talk. And as we are about to start, are you seated next to somebody you know? Please move to another table. If you're seated next to somebody you know, please move to another table. No, seriously. We need to network. And by the way, let's just be upstanding, everybody. Just be upstanding. Just be upstanding. I know we've been doing some amazing engagement courtesy of Kayamba Africa, but I really want us to mix up this place. So why don't you do this? Just walk around the room. Walk around the room. Walk around the room. It means from that table to that table. Just walk around, walk around, walk around, walk around. Walk around, walk around. Walk around, walk around. Now meet somebody you've never met before. Absolutely, I love that. Somebody saying, I'm Christian. Introduce yourself to them because that's who you are. That's your real you. Okay. Hey, good to see you, bro. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Say hello to somebody. Tell them your name. So that by the time we kick off officially, ladies and gentlemen, we want to create a community, a movement that says yes to real. Yes to real. All right. One more thing as we prepare to start. Get a hold of one person, Be in twos, be in twos, be in twos, be in twos. Please be in twos, it's important. Please be in twos. Now we want to know whether what they told you was real.
So please get to know their names. Be in twos. My brother, be in twos, be in twos, be in twos, be in twos. Now this is what you will do. Get your phone, and search their name on Google and find out what Google tells you about them. Get your phone, get your phone. Search her name, search his name. You've got your phone? Yeah, search her name and find out whatever she told you, whether it's real. We want to find out, because we are living in a world of artificial intelligence. Who has found something? Find something, you tell us. Search both of their names. If you find something, just put up your hand. We want to hear. Okay. Have you found something? Still searching. Search. Ndugu, have you searched? Okay, what did you find about her? Let's check what Google says. Just read it through. Technical team, please help me with the sound here.
Yes, so this is Dr. Caroline Ntara.
Whoa. Dr. Caroline. Did you know she's a doctor? Until you saw it. So it's possible you're standing next to somebody and you have no idea the kind of potential they have. You're judging them based on how they're dressed, how they're looking, but if you search deeper, you'll find the real deal. What else?
She's interested in trade policy and the counterfeiting issue in the East African community. So we are depending on our findings and distill data for us people on the ground, Yes, and shaping policies that, clean up the market in terms of illicit trade, counterfeit, and smuggling. Yes.
Wow. Makofi to Dr. Caroline. Dr. Caroline, what about him?
His name is Caleb, and he works on anti-counterfeit, particularly for branding. And he's interested in academia, but he stopped. Maybe he could proceed one day.
Caleb, did you confirm it via Google? I need to find out. Do you have your phone? Please, we'd love to know what you told her, whether it's true. But a big round of applause to Dr. Caroline and Caleb. Makofi yao tafadhali. Did you find something about her? Fantastic. Okay, what did you find?
Christabel Adhiambo is a journalist student, yet to graduate, but she's interested in storytelling and amplifying the voices of the unprivileged.
Christabel, makofi yake tafadhali. Did you know that about her?
I didn't know.
So when you searched, you discovered a lot. Fantastic. Well done, well done. Who else has found something? 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 From today, we want to be checking. Did you find something? Did you find something? You just came. Did you find something about her? Okay, find out. I want to find out about you. Did you find something? Did you find something? What did you find about her? You can can read it out, it's all right. Is that it?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Florence Brazil is an associate in the Commercial Employment and IPT Practice Group. She advises on a wide range of commercial matters, including employment, intellectual property, and information and communication technology.
Florence, asante sana. Well done, well done. A final one. Let's find out. Did you find something? Did you find something? Uh-huh.
I found out that Bet Ishmael is a CEO in Association of Kenya Suppliers Association of Kenya, Moi University.
Did you know that before we met today?
I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't know him.
So you're standing next to a CEO? Yes, I am. Wow. Why don't you give yourselves a big round of applause as you take your seats? Thank you so much. We appreciate you for participating in that exercise. Really appreciate indeed. You may kindly take your seats. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You may kindly take your seats. Dr. Caroline, I still want to find out about Caleb. Whether what he told you is true. I'm still following up. No? That's okay. You can sit there. It's all right. It's okay. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We want to kick off. We want to appreciate that you came. We're well advised. It's a holiday. So we want to appreciate, today is a holiday, and we celebrate our Muslim brothers and sisters. A big round of applause to Fardosa. Fardosa is here. A big round of applause for her. Come on. Let's appreciate she's here as we celebrate Eid ul-Adha. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Tunasema asanteni sana kwa vile mmeweza kufika siku ya leo. Na ni siku ya maana kabisa kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu ametupa siku ya leo ili tuweze kuangalia na kuangazia mambo ya ulaghai. Ladies and gentlemen, as we kick off, consider our beautiful nation. Let's have that video and the sound on. You have the sound? This is our beloved country. Look at it. Sometimes we stay in little spaces, in our silos. Then we don't see the beauty of our country, the industries, the businesses, the potential, the products, the services. And we are global players. We're not just selling to ourselves. When we sit on the table, the global table, the world is asking, Kenya, what do you have to give to us? So we cannot afford to give them counterfeit products. It is not only detrimental to humanity, but to our very identity as a people. And we must always stand out. Africa is looking. Agenda 2063. For those who will be alive then, may they tell a story of a Kenya that said, we are committed to what is real. Look at that. And so as we start, seated next to you is one you cannot see. Seated next to you is one who will be there in 2063. And so as you engage, whether in word or deed, let it count for that generation. So that it wasn't just an event we came to, but we were really present. We were really present. And so right now, very quickly, we want to really appreciate the place of also the one who makes it possible for us to be here. You can see, you can hear me, you can talk, you can think. I believe I'm not the greatest person in the world. I believe I'm not the one who makes the world go round. I believe there's one who keeps it standing. And that is why we want to start with the opening prayers. Madam Rebecca, are you here? Just to pray with us. Or we can still have a volunteer just to pray with us as we start. A volunteer? We're alive today to make a difference. Rebecca? Beatrice, my apologies, Beatrice. Karibu-san.
Thank you so much. I want us to rise up for a word of prayer, please. Just to give God the glory, the honor for enabling us to see this bright day. We are going to close our eyes for a word of prayer. Almighty God, we come before you today, Almighty Father. We have a lot of thanksgiving in our hearts because we know without you we are nothing, Almighty Father. Lord, we want to thank you for this day, Almighty Father. I want to take this opportunity to pray for our country, Kenya, Almighty Father. Lord, may you be with our president, Lord. Our leaders, starting from the top, the president, the deputy president, Almighty Father. Be with our ministers, Almighty Father, the PSS, Almighty God, that are steering this country forward, Almighty Father. I also want to take this opportunity to pray for our leaders in this fight against counterfeiting, Almighty Father. Our DG, WIPO, Almighty Father. All the organization heads who are fighting this counterfeiting menace, Almighty Father. I want to come before you that, Lord, may you give them wisdom, Almighty Father. Be with us today, Lord. Protect each and every person that has come here, Almighty Father. Protect us and give us journey mercies when we be going back home. For it is in Jesus' name I pray and believe.
Thank you so much, Madam Beatrice Onyango. We really appreciate. We want to kick off, and I'd kindly request the panelists. Where are the panelists, if you're a panelist? Panelists for the first engagement. So panelists, please be ready. Dr. John, are you here? Ready? Fantastic. It's all right. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start. But as we start, let's just have Menti on the screen very quickly. This will enable us to get your comments and views. Daktari Robi, makofi tafadhali, Executive Director. Tunasema asante sana. Thank you for coming. Celebrate your work. But just as we kick off, let's just have a feel of the program. Let's just have the other screen again. So ladies and gentlemen, we are starting. It's 34 minutes past the hour. So this is our ideal program. We want to appreciate the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, our Cabinet Secretary. Of course, our keynote speaker as well, Director General. We also want to appreciate the Principal Secretary, Investment, Trade. We also have Industry. It's a big event, ladies and gentlemen. Determines our economic development, whether it will be resilient or otherwise. Dr. Robi, makofi yake nyingine tafadhali. Asante sana. Kenya Industrial Property Institute, Kenya Copyright Board. We also want to appreciate Kenya National Innovation Agency. We also want to appreciate, of course, our first engagement. So, very quickly, let's have Menti. Menti, everybody just get your phones, get your phones, get your phones, get your phones. We just want to give you a platform that will allow you to share your thoughts so that even during the panel discussion you can post your questions, comments in real time. So all you have to do is go to menti.com, that's menti.com. That's menti.com. Once you get there, you'll be asked for a code. The code is 31372948. So that's the code, 31372948. Once you get there, you will see a thumbs up sign. Just click on it, and you will have joined the conversation. And I can see a number of you are joining. Well done. Dr. Caroline, I hope you're there. Caleb, where are you, Caleb? Where are you seated, Caleb? Caleb? Okay. Caleb, where? Ah, fantastic. You're on? I need to get your feedback as well. Okay, let's move on to the first question. Everything happening on your phone. Everything happening on your phone. So which organization do you represent? Just type it in and submit, and we'll be able to just appreciate the different organizations that are here. This is for everybody. Data, the oil of the 21st century. We need to make data-driven decisions, but at the same time we need an ideas bank so that it's not about who said what, but what's the best idea. So that is why this platform creates that inclusive environment for your ideas. So welcome. So KCA University, wako hapa, East African Coffee Fest. Okay, thank you so much. Institution of Engineers, Medical Devices, Scrap Metal Council. IKM Advocates, asanteni sana. Keep them coming, keep them coming. So we'll be using that particular platform for our engagement for the better part of this event. Now we are ready to start. We're ready to start. And we want to look at research. So ladies and gentlemen, to guide us through that particular part, I'd kindly request that we warmly welcome our speaker. Volume, please. He has dedicated over 25 years to shaping policies and driving research that protect creativity and foster fair business practices, leading the Anti-Counterfeit Authority's efforts to educate, enforce, and innovate. His passion for making Kenya's investment climate more business-friendly inspires confidence that under his leadership, intellectual property and industry growth will flourish for the benefit of all. Please welcome Dr. John Akoten.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to recognize the presence of our CEO, Dr. Robi Mbugua, DVC for National Defense University, Mr. Shume. And then we also have other CEOs, board members present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mine is very short. It's basically just to welcome you to this particular event. This is the World Anti-Counterfeit Day. It's a day that's commemorated throughout the world, by various countries who are members of the Global Anti-Counterfeit Group. This is a group that was formed some years back. It's an ungovernmental organization that brings quite a number of public and private sector players together to discuss issues of combating counterfeiting, issues of creating awareness on the effect of counterfeiting, and also share experiences on the efforts towards combating the menace. So during this particular day, presentations are done. People are able to share practices on issues of legal aspect, on how to combat the vice, the challenges that the various countries are facing, how then can they address this particular issue. So as ACA, we are commemorating this one for the 13th time, and we want to take stock of what we have done as ACA in terms of combating this particular transnational crime. So without really taking much time, because time is really gone, we would like to hear about the recent reports that we did recently, based on the recent statistics on where we are in combating counterfeiting. So we'll be listening to Dr. Peter Kariuki from Kenya College of Accountancy University, the KCA University. This is our partner that was able to collect data throughout the different parts of the country, and they're able to come up with this particular report. So these are two reports in one, and they'll be able to take us through that so that we get to know where we are in terms of creating public awareness, as well as also the level of counterfeiting. So at this juncture, let me call upon Dr. Peter Kariuki to take over. Thank you.
He champions financial innovation and integrity at KCA University, using his research on banking efficiency, fintech, and anti-counterfeiting to build stronger, more inclusive markets. His commitment to mentoring future leaders and shaping policy ignites hope that Kenya's financial landscape will thrive on transparency, sustainability, and opportunity. Please welcome Dr. Peter Kariuki.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. The Director General Anti-Counterfeit Authority, the DVC National Defense University, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, so the university had an opportunity to undertake a research on behalf of the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, and there were two levels of research. The first one was at farm level, so meaning that we are focusing on corporates, manufacturers specifically, and the second one was focusing on the consumers. I will take the first part where we look at the research findings from on the levels of awareness and extent of counterfeiting in Kenya, specifically at the farm level. Now, the background is basically appreciating where we have, next slide please, where we are as a country within the global space, that indeed the counterfeit is becoming, is actually the fastest growing illicit industry amongst other illicit industries. And what this does is that it provides, or it gives a threat to our manufacturing sector in the country within the global space. We'll find that the manufacturing sector in Kenya trails, when you compare it, its contribution to GDP trails when you compare it with other countries in the sub-Saharan Africa. So while our manufacturing sector, based on the National Bureau of Statistics records, in 2023 that's contributed 7.6% of the GDP, on average, in sub-Saharan Africa, manufacturing sector is contributing 10.4, indicating that indeed our manufacturing sector is trailing. And 30% of the manufacturers in a baseline survey that was done by the Anti-Counterfeit Authority in 2021, 30% of the manufacturers indicated that indeed they are aware that there are counterfeits within their industry, or basically their products are being counterfeited. So on the basis of this background, that we're able now to build on that to look at what is the current situation. And the objectives, next slide please, the objectives of the survey was, we had 4 objectives. The first one, we were asking ourselves, are we able to establish the extent to which the farms sell products online? The reason for this focus is basically the appreciation of the shift of the delivery of goods and services from the physical presence or to the digital space. So with the digital economy eventually continually expanding, the first objective was to establish the extent to which the farm sells their products online. The second objective was to determine the level, trends, and impact of the counterfeiting in the industry. So what is the level? What is the trend? And what impact does this have within the industry? The third one is to establish the channels through which the counterfeiters are able to sell their goods, and the most counterfeited goods for that matter. And then finally, to look at the challenges that are faced by the industry and the strategies to address this challenge. Now, our focus was on 4 main sectors that were purposefully selected based on, 1, the critical importance they hold to the economy, and number 2, informed by the baseline survey of 2021 as the sectors that are under threat and pose significant human and economic risk. And therefore, the 4 sectors that we focused on are automotive spare parts, the pharmaceutical and medical equipments, the energy, electronics and electricals, and alcoholic beverages. We were able to get that, specifically use the firms that are registered by the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and as per the time of this survey, there were 190 members registered in those 4 sectors, registered with Kenya Association of Manufacturers. So we therefore endeavored to do a census of those firms. We endeavored to do a census of those firms. Next slide, please. And we collected data using 2 means. The first one, which was the primary means, was in-person visits. So we visited each and every of these farms, sought permission, and were able to have an interview with the knowledgeable staff, and therefore in the process filled the instrument. Where we were not able to get the appointments, then we went for telephone interviews. And we employed a computer-assisted personal interview tool that is called Colo Toolbox. We also undertook the key informant interviews because we employed a mixed method research. And in the process, then for the key informant interviews, we used Zoom meetings, recording, and transcription thereof. But of course, as usual, when you're doing our research, we had to get the license. So we got the license from the NACOSTI. And before we did implement the tool, we tested with 19 farms. We tested the tool. We piloted the tool with 19 farms from the chemical and allied sector. So what did we find? What did we find? Now, there are 4 diagrams there. The first one is basically just indicating the success rate. So meaning that while we were intending to achieve 190 farms, then we ended up with an 82% success rate, specifically translating to 136 farms. Those are the ones we were able to collect data from. And the second, figure 2, is an illustration of where these sectors, or where these farms, in which sector are they. And we appreciate that, of course, it is, again, appreciating that the sample is not equal across all the sectors, but appreciating that the biggest participants in this survey were the automotive spare parts at 34%, and the alcoholic beverages, and the second one was electronics, energy electronics, and then followed by pharmaceuticals, and then alcoholic beverages. But what were the size of the farms that we were able to do within this sector? So the figure number 3 is the size of the farm, and the largest is the small at 35.9. Those are the small farms, that is between 0 and 49 employees. But we had also a good representation for the medium-sized farms, that is 50 to 99 employees, and 16% of farms that were had more than 100 employees or more. And then, of course, when you look at what is the ownership of those particular farms that participated, majority were locally owned, 85.9. Then we go now to the first objective. We wanted to find out to what extent do these firms in these 4 sectors sell their products online. And what is evident, if you look at that diagram, to the left, the blue line or the blue shape, the blue color indicates the firms that do not sell goods online. So when you look at the right one, that is the green bar, is indicating that, of course, we have the automotive spare part leading for 47%, and then we have the least sector that sells their goods online is basically the pharmaceutical and medical equipment. Of course, appreciating the regulatory aggressiveness and therefore restricting the online sales in the pharmaceutical and medical equipment sector. But when you look at the automotive, then it happens to be the highest that we are having the sourcing of these items, generally sales from through the online channel. That diagram is called a heat map. A heat map. A heat map, here we were trying to compare 2 things. One is the industry. So we have the automotive spare parts, the pharmaceuticals, those are the lows. But then the columns is, because we gave them an instrument, or we are getting to indicate, kindly indicate to us to what extent or what percentage of the sales that you do online is affected by counterfeits. So what extent of the goods that you sell online is affected by counterfeiting? And the darkest line, the darkest color is the bottom, the first quadrant there that has 69%, meaning that when you look at the alcoholic beverages, at least a small amount of the goods sold online are affected by the counterfeit. And you'll realize as you go up the sectors, energy, electronics, the color becomes much, much lighter, indicating that the extent of lower level reduces, and therefore means that the more of the products, or a bigger percentage of the products get affected by the counterfeits. So the next question we asked, where are these counterfeits coming from? Are they local or are they foreign? What is the source? And appreciating that the green bar on top is the local industry, so it's evident that we still have significant part, especially for alcoholic beverages, significant part of the products that are sold online and they are counterfeit, generated from the local manufacturers. And the one that has the least local, of course, is the automotive, because we appreciate that most of these products ordinarily would be coming from the foreign markets. So that's what we are about. So that gives us an insight of where the source is. So evidently, green bar dominates, meaning that we still have significant parts of these counterfeits being produced locally. Then we ask a question. Within your sector, are you aware of counterfeits specifically in the class of the goods that you're producing within your sector? So meaning that high chances are that your specific product is being counterfeited. And overall, 71%, probably just appreciating, 71% of the firms were aware that the counterfeits of the products in their sector. So we look at that and compare with what was there in 2020 in the survey that was reported and the report done in 2021, specifically indicating that 30% of the firms reported awareness. So significantly, there is a sharp rise in the level of awareness, probably brought about by more publicity, and also could be explained by the additional or excessive level of counterfeits. Then we asked, are you aware of counterfeit seizures within your sector in the past 1 year? Have you come across? So meaning that this was basically to gauge about our effectiveness of the anti-counterfeit activities and to be able to evaluate whether there are seizures that have actually been recorded within the sector. So of course, the one that indicated the highest, that is the yes, was in the alcoholic beverages, that 38%. That indeed, there had been seizures, and these seizures have eventually probably gotten to the level of destruction. That 80%, which is the alcoholic beverages, that's the one that has the highest bar at the top. Then we move to the next aspect of the objective. We now start interrogating even deeper. So, what is the level of counterfeits of these products? Of course, we have talked about awareness, ability or being able to tell about what has happened in the past 1 year in terms of the seizures and the rest. So we compute the products that are counterfeited from each of the sector. And what we find that, again, based on what we have seen earlier, the automotive sector has the highest level of counterfeit at 21%. So meaning that for every product that you get, 1 in every 5 in the automotive sector, that is the market, is a counterfeit. And the least, of course, is the energy, electrical, and electronics, because it's 14%, meaning around 1 for every 8 units that you come across, you sample randomly in the market, you'll be able to find them as counterfeits. So on average, when you do those particular 4 sectors that we did a study, then we find an average of 18%. So meaning that we are looking at a level of counterfeit in the market where for every 6 products that you pick, 1 of them is a counterfeit. And this was collaborated by the key informant interviews, that where the level of counterfeit was picked at 20%, based on the interviews that we did from the regulators and including the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. But then we now go to each and every sector and try to dissect. Are we able to pick the most counterfeited products? Well, probably as we get to design the anti-counterfeit measures, then probably we're able to specifically focus on those specific products. And the first thing, we focus on the automotive spare parts. And for those firms that were in the automotive spare parts, what they were able to depict as the most counterfeited product is the spark plugs. That's number 1, the highest bar. Then, of course, the engine parts, including piston, crankshafts, and the rest. The tires comes following thirdly. Then we have the batteries. But, of course, the last one is transmission components. So that is, in the automotive, the highest counterfeited product within the automotive are spark plugs. So we go to the next sector. The second sector, number 2, we are talking about pharmaceutical and medical equipment. What is the most counterfeited product? And what comes up on the scale will not surprise us, because it's basically the over-the-counter drugs, such as cold and flu medications. They happen to be the most counterfeited products, followed by prescription medicines such as antibiotics, pain relievers, and the rest. So that is, then, of course, the least is the hospital equipment there. Then we go to the next one, which is now, this is energy, electronics, and electrical sector, where we find the consumer electronics, such as smartphones and laptops, are the most counterfeited products at 18%. Then it goes down. The following is the home appliances. Then we have the smart home devices following in that particular order. Then the last sector is, that's number 4, is the alcoholic beverages. So the most counterfeited product in the alcoholic beverages is basically the gin, followed by the vodka. Then we have craft spirits such as artisanal gins, small batch bourbons, and the rest. So that is able to provide us with indication of what exactly is happening, because this information we are getting from the manufacturers in that particular sector. Then the second aspect we want to find out is, what is the trend? Of course, we would, if you are to be able to get the data of the sales level in that have been recorded over time, then we'll be able to tell the trend. But in this particular case, because that is not the case, what we use is basically we ask the respondents, in your view, how do you prescribe or describe the incidences of the counterfeits over the past 1 year? And what we get from here is, look at the highest bar, is the green bar. The highest bar is basically indicating increased trade. So what the participants in these particular sectors are telling us, we are experiencing an increased trade in counterfeits. So meaning that we need to reawaken our anti-counterfeit activities or sustain the ones that have already been put in place. That's basically what we get, the message we get from that one. The next one that we ask is, in your view, what is driving these counterfeits? What is pushing this kind of business? And again, expected, the longest bar there, that 6%, they tell us it is the customers. It is the customer who is demanding to get a cheaper product. It is the customer, therefore, who is willingly buying. And probably that's the next survey we did now, because we went now and asked the customers. And we'll be able to see that there's consistency around that. So it is the consumer demand of cheaper products that is highly driving this business. Meaning, one of the interventions that definitely we put in is consumer awareness. So that basically, because people will even know the danger. You can imagine buying a counterfeit tire for your car and you get on the road. A counterfeit drug and you consume it. So they probably know the risk. But I think probably the economic reasons then push them that way. So then, but there's the issue of inadequate enforcement coming secondary, then economic downturn. And by the way, economic downturn is linked with the first one, the consumer demand, because the issue of demanding for cheaper products is what is driving this the counterfeiting. Then we asked these farms, the 136 of them that successfully participated in the survey, in your own estimation, what percentage of your sales have been negatively impacted? In other words, can you be able to give us a proportion of your sales that you have lost because of the counterfeits? And on average, they indicate 13% of the sales. So meaning that, and we could be able even to pick that and compute even the level of the sales. If we're able to pick this and interpolate it, then we could be able to see that this, of course, this was for industry, therefore probably generalization may be limited, but specifically 13% of the sales within the global market could be affected by the counterfeits. But the highest, which is consistent again with what we have already found, is in the automotive spare parts. Then we ask them, what is the biggest channel used by the counterfeiters to supply your product? And when you're able to look at that, what comes up strongly is the online platforms. Yeah, probably followed by the street sellers. Online platforms, so online platform, meaning that the anti-counterfeit measures that to engage in, we definitely have to look at that space, which continues to expand. So what have we found? So we are appreciating that that 9% of the farms have indicated, yes, we do sell goods online, and we expect this trend to continue. Majority of the farms get into the digital space because that's where the business is getting to. Then 71% of the farms are aware of the counterfeits in their sector, and on average 18% of the products are counterfeited, and the majority of the respondents noted an increased counterfeit incidences over the last 1 year. So what comes out of this, and basically our recommendation that comes with the research, is number one, then we have to start checking about, so if you are selling through the online platforms, how do you ensure that you secure online platforms? And it is possible that this can be done with emerging technologies. Yeah, I think one of the revolutionary technology that is now going to help us in this space is the blockchain technology, and also the verification strategies that once you sell your product, the consumer can be able to receive it on the other end and probably be able to verify by setting a code or something. The second one is strengthen of enforcement mechanism, meaning that this is basically a collaborative effort across all agencies to be able to strengthen the enforcement and raise public awareness, which I think the Anti-Counterfeit Authority is doing very good job around this, raising public awareness, and of course, letting the consumers know that you are at risk if you consume these counterfeits. Then, of course, address local and global counterfeit sources, because if the supply chain is distorted at the source, then it is possible that it's not an easy task, but it's a worthy intervention that can continue being indicated. And then strengthen the domestic and international collaboration. I believe once we get these collaborations between the domestic enforcement agencies or even industry players, together with what is happening, collaboration with the international community, then this battle is going to be significantly won. So that's the presentation of the first part, because remember I said there are two parts. The first was focusing on the farms. The next study that's going to be presented by my colleague, Dr. Christine Simiu, who also happens to be the Dean, School of Business, KC University, will present the second, the result of the second survey on the consumer level. Karibu sana, Dr. Christine. Okay, Dominic, on behalf of Dr. Christine, Karibu. Dominic Ojong will present the consumer level survey results.
So thank you very much, Dr. Kariuki. I've been assigned by the Dean. I am a graduate student and I was embedded in this study. And that's how I'm coming in as part of training. My Dean is seated here, Dr. Christine Nanjala. So I'm being prepared and I'm being examined as part of the learning process. So my name is Dominic Ojwang, as I've said. I'm a graduate student pursuing PhD in finance in the School of Business. I'm at the research level. So among other things, that's how I found myself into this project. So I'm going to present the second part. And once the first part has been presented, it's just to try to flip it and see the connections between the two parts of the study. So the second part was where the rubber meets the road. And this is where we are looking at the consumers. So we went head on the consumer, and we did this through what we call in this study a consumer level survey. Some little background here, just for you to compare what my colleague, my supervisor has presented. Of course, my colleague in the research here, but my supervisor at the university. So the background of this is that this issue on counterfeits account for nearly, in fact, way above $1.9 trillion in terms of global economic value of counterfeits. And it's also interesting to note that while we are struggling with job creation at a global stage and local stage, this alone contributes to over 2.5 million job losses globally. But more interestingly, where life is concerned is about health. And in the health place, around 42% of medical products are substandard in Africa. And medical is death. Then, when I come to the Kenyan situation, 20% of products sold in Kenyan market is counterfeit from a data perspective. It could be way beyond that, but that is what data is pointing at this point, leading to an annual loss of 800 billion Kenya shillings. And you know now in Kenya there is one of the issues we are dealing with is raising revenue to support our growth initiatives in the country. So here is around 800 billion which we are losing in this space. The awareness stands at a level of 65.48%. So what do all this put together, what do they call out? It calls out that anyone involved in this journey must develop policies and strategies that are research generated so that we can be able to manage the whole issue in a scientific and a robust way. So what were the objectives of this study? One was to determine the extent of awareness in buying counterfeit goods, whether on a physical space or online space. The second objective was to determine consumer experiences in buying counterfeit goods on physical and online markets. And the third one was to establish consumer change of mindset against counterfeiting, because mindset is really the big game changer here. And the fourth one was to determine effective anti-counterfeit campaign strategies, and finally to come out with solutions to challenges faced by consumers on counterfeiting. And that would be the end game that this study was focusing on. So what did we do? In terms of scope, we looked at 8 counties representative of the old, what we used to call the old boundaries of looking at the country, the 8 areas in the country. And they were represented by Nairobi, Busia, Kisumu, Mombasa, Garissa, Machakos, Nyeri, and Nakuru. We sampled a total of 2,185 consumers, cutting across 11 strata. Some among them is corporate offices, hospital, industry, beauty, grooming, health facilities, among others. In terms of methodology, we adopted mixed research methods, and we did use Cochrane 1977 formula for purposes of determining the sample size, setting a p-value of 65.48%. In terms of instrumentation, we generated a questionnaire which was modeled very closely with WIPO Consumer Survey Toolkit, so that it was standardized in terms of validity and reliability. So we really tried to use a tool, develop a tool out of an existing WIPO Consumer Survey Toolkit. In terms of data collection, we collected data using a computer assistant personal interviews copy through the Kobo toolbox. So what about the results? So the first level was, what is the awareness? Where are we? So when we ask the consumers, do they know about counterfeit products? Interestingly, at the global level, it stands at 83.8%. They say, well, we know, we are aware that they are counterfeit products. By county, there was interesting results. Busia, if you can see, Busia stands at 98%, and it's a border town. They are really aware. But interestingly, awareness means you could be involved, because you know. So you can see that in Busia, it's around 98%, and that is really an entry point. Mombasa, though, stands at a low of 63.6%, while Nairobi stands at around 88.9%. That's approximately 90%. So it is quite clear that people are aware. They know. The consumer know that they are counterfeit goods. Where are the experiences? Where do they experience this? while in the street seller accounts for about 49.37%. In this study, we have brought to your attention the fact that online platform is standing at 31.27 but doing a catch-up. And that's why when my supervisor and also my colleague in this research was speaking, he emphasized that the online platform is where the battle is changing to. So while it is true that the current situation is having street sellers, the physical space, there is an upsurge in online platform. We asked, so where do you purchase them from? Do you get them, where do you purchase them if it's an online, for example? And you can see in Kenya, Jumia is on top. And if you look at, if you remember the presentation, the earlier presentation, you'll find there is some very close link there. We asked about the countries of origin for online counterfeits. It turned out China. China is doing very well in this space. Then we asked them, what about origin of offline? Where do you get them? Now, here is more interesting. There are two big giants. Is also doing their own game inside here, physically, but not so hugely online. But they are physical. Uganda, and note the link with the Busia that I've just presented, is also doing a good job in terms of offline. So what do I take from this? That China leads in counterfeit products internationally. We'll check that language in terms of taking care of our trade partnerships. And then China, Kenya, and Uganda are origins of physical. So there is some cooking happening here in terms of counterfeit in Kenya and Uganda. So we ask them about mindset. The question is, are consumers, the consumers' willingness to purchase counterfeit goods if aware? The last one, the big one, may be a bit not legible from where you are sitting, but we ask them, we ask them, would you not, they indicated, I would not have bought them had I known they were counterfeit items before buying. If they knew, they would have not bought. Very interesting. It means that we really need to do a lot of awareness. And that awareness must be very granular at the product, at the service level, so that we create awareness. Why do you purchase? Really in tandem with the farm level results, economic situation, low prices, you can see, low prices. Kenya is a country of affordability, low prices. Then convenience, easily available. Yeah, you know, sometimes you don't want to buy something and it comes your way through the hawkers or something, and you say, why not? So availability is a critical thing. Then brand name. So people want to be important, feel good, yeah? So if the brand name is the big brand, whether it is a fake one, it is good to go, yeah? So those were really interesting reasons. And our connection here is that there is, the two studies are speaking to each other, that of the farm and this as well. In terms of summary of results, awareness stands at 83.85%. This is marking a 28.05% relative to 2021. So the ACA team and the Kenya government team that is working in this space are really pushing it. It turns out from an inferential analysis that while this is great, but it looks like a lot of technical work in terms of creating technical awareness. Now, about 60% of consumers bought counterfeit mostly from street vendors and kiosks. And the other thing that, as policymakers, is that we need to really be aware of is that online platform is catching up. So we got to really spend much of our resources refocusing on this online platform, because that is where the game is moving to. So we need to be more focused, pay more focused attention for effective anti-counterfeit campaigns on online spaces. And in a conclusive way, it is important to note that still awareness is a game changer for us, because most consumers would not buy the products if they knew it was counterfeit. While they are aware there are counterfeit products, there is this space where, how do I know it is? How do I know it is? So if I'm gonna go buy a medical product and I'm not a medical specialist and I'm just a consumer of Panadol, now how do I know the difference that this Panadol, I'm just using for illustration so that I'm not taken to court. Henry is here as a top legal mind. He may say, there you are crossing the line. But how do I know? That is the big question. I thank you for listening to me on behalf of my dean and my coach, Dr. Christine Simiu, who is sitting here. And thank you for listening to me this morning. Thank you very much. Max there.
A beautiful round of applause for Dominic Ojwang, Dr. Kariuki, and just to get a feel, the atmosphere. What did you pick from the presentation?
Okay, my name is Simeon from SMC. I've picked that most of the counterfeits in the market, they come from China, but Kenya is also a source, and Uganda.
Yeah, let me come here. What about you? Your name?
Hi, my name is Wamboy. What is intriguing is that most consumers would prefer not to buy anti-counterfeit, but that is not necessarily the situation on the ground. They will still buy. Yeah, we'll still buy. It's a price thing.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, let's engage. We want to have now a panel discussion. So remember the Menti platform? Let's just have it on the screen so that people can appreciate the idea of making sure that we create that inclusive environment in terms of sharing questions and comments. So I'll call upon our panelists to come forth. But to start us off, I'd kindly request we'll be having an interactive dialogue. By PGAs, IPR owners, consumers representatives, and supply chain stakeholders. So I'd kindly request, if you're from ACA, of course, Bwana Henry is here. Kindly, Bwana Henry uko wapi? Asante, that's Bwana Henry there. So if you're from Kekobo, KRA, KEBS, KIPI, please connect with Bwana Henry just outside so that we prepare for that particular panel discussion. But in the meantime, for the next probably 20 to 30 minutes, we want to engage with the private sector. We've heard, we've seen. We need to take action. So I'd kindly request Bwana Joseph
Wairiuko from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, makofi yake tafadhali, please come forward. Take a seat at the front. Ishmael Bet, CEO, Association of Kenya Suppliers. I saw you in the morning. Thank you so much for coming. Dr. James Mokoro, Chair, Kenya Association of Pharmaceutical Industries. Makofi yake tafadhali. Caleb Mayo, is that you, Caleb? Come on, come on. A big round of applause to Bwana Caleb, an amazing gentleman. Thank you so much. Head of Investigations Protection Masters, Isaac Yugi, Mabati Rolling Mills. All right. Consumer Information Network, do we have you here? Okay, excellent. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 24 minutes past 10. We really want to get it sharp, short, to the point. So it's a conversation. But a critical point will be, how do we leave this particular meeting place? And for those joining us online, by the way, we have this particular session streaming live via the ACA website. So those joining us online as well, you have an opportunity to post in your comments via menti.com. And remember, this is a conversation we need to take beyond this room. So we have a hashtag. Let's say it together, upholding authenticity. Come on, let's say it together. Upholding authenticity. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the second one is stop counterfeits. 3, 2, 1. Stop. Fantastic. So those are our 2 hashtags. Please post. We've been told about the online platform that is catching up when it comes to counterfeits. So we need to be on that particular platform so that we can salvage future generations. All right. So we'll start from you, sir. You'll just tell us your name and preferably one name that we can remember. All right? So just tell us your name, organization, one name that we can remember, and then tell us as you start in 2 minutes. Have you encountered counterfeits, products or services within your area? Simple question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining this platform where we are commemorating the World Anti-Counterfeit Day. My name is Joseph Wairiuko from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. We have come a long way in trying to sustain the fight against counterfeit products in the market, having been representatives of the manufacturing value-added industry in Kenya. And our members are the ones who suffer most when it's come to counterfeit of their genuine products.
These are the manufacturers,
The
right?
manufacturers themselves.
Absolutely.
And that's the reason why we take a lead when it's come to advocacy to sustain the fight against counterfeit products in the market.
Fantastic. Thank you. A big round of applause to Joseph. For Joseph, thank you so much. So if you have any questions for Joseph, please start with the name Joseph. Is that okay? Fantastic. Next, go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Ishmael.
Ishmael. That's a good name to start with. If the people have questions for you, okay, go ahead.
Great. I'm from Association of Kenya Suppliers. We work so closely with KM. Being a BMO, we represent suppliers, and suppliers are actually manufacturers, importers, distributors, service providers, all of those. So just to pick from where my friend, Joseph, left, being at that pivotal point, our members are equally affected because we represent manufacturers, but beyond manufacturers, because we also have importers who import genuine goods to be sold in the Kenyan market. And this is one of the issues that I've been receiving from our members. Well, they have a contract with their parent company, maybe out of the country, but apparently the same product is being sold within the country by unknown people through black markets. Yes, they are equally affected.
They're losing business.
Yes. And the biggest threat is now we've invested so much in building the brand. Once the brand is well and workable, then the black market, the counterfeits, should be told.
Wana Ishmael, a big round of applause to Ishmael. So you've built your brand, but somebody takes advantage to sell your products, counterfeit products. All right. So if you have any questions for Ishmael, please start with his name, then the question. Next.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Dr. James Mokoro.
James, is that good?
Yes, James is
fantastic.
Okay. I'm the chairman of Kenya Association of Pharmaceutical Industry. We have member associations for innovator companies, or companies that are involved in innovation of medical products, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare technologies, including medical devices. Our key focus is on innovation for safe products to the public. And I think previously we used to hear counterfeiting in other areas, and we thought it will never come to our doorstep, because then pharmaceuticals and healthcare technologies are quite intensive in terms of investment to counterfeit or rather to manufacture. But the growing trend now we are seeing is we have mushroomed into at least around 20% of pharmaceuticals and healthcare technologies being counterfeited in the country. And surprisingly, yes, we do understand initially they used to come from countries like Somalia, from China and all that. But we are seeing a trend whereby now the animal is in the room. Even Kenyans are now currently doing the same.
Yeah.
And that is a quite worrying trend. And of course, none of us here knows who is counterfeiting. So who
Wait.
Yes.
Please. We don't know.
Yes. If you know, then it means that you have not done something about it.
Bwana James, there's something that was said here. When we talk about awareness, the people who are also aware are also involved.
All right. The reason why I say so is when you know somebody has counterfeited a pharmaceutical product, you know your mother down in the rural area will use that, and you don't do anything about it. So that's why I say we don't know, because if we knew, we would have sorted out, because these are health hazard. Actually, it's a terrorist action.
It is.
It is completely terrorism, because then when we talk about terrorism in terms of arms, we forget about terrorism in terms of chemicals and healthcare products that are going directly to our patients. Then we are not serious in terms of dealing with this. So when I say not known, if we ask here in the room, can you tell me who among your relatives is working in a counterfeiting firm that counterfeits pharmaceutical products?
Who will say?
Everybody will say, we don't know.
We don't know.
So then who is working there? So the jobs are going.
Sure.
And we are seeing a scenario whereby time T, if we are currently at around 20% from the survey that I think Casey has done, and I think we had also done similar survey in 2017, and we are here to validate it, we are seeing it around 20% now. So time T, that will move up to around 50%. So there will be no need of innovation. There will be no need, because if you are innovating and even before you get your product into the market, it's already here.
Bwana James, we'll come back. We'll come back.
We'll
come back. Makofi to Bwana James. If you have any questions, by the way, I can see a lot of feedback. Please start with the name of the person you saw, because we have about 15 minutes. So we want really sharp, clean questions to the specific panelists. Caleb.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Caleb Mayoyo. I'm the head of investigations at Protection Masters. We are an intelligence-led investigations firm, and we present a number of IPR on us. We work closely with the SCA in terms of enforcement. So the raids and what SCA does on the ground, we collect as much intelligence as we can. Our clients range from manufacturers of spare parts, we have agricultural inputs, we have fast-moving consumer goods. And one thing I would like to note is that one of our big clients, actually, they hit their target this first quarter, given what we did in terms of enforcement and collaborating with the SCA. So mine will be just to appreciate that the online space is going to be a challenge in terms of enforcement, and I would like to appreciate the work that has been done by the academia in terms of research, and if they could come with better ways of, enforcing online distribution of counterfeit goods. Meaning maybe website takedowns, and if we can be able to trace what is trading there, because eventually some of these products, as much as they are being distributed online, they are stored somewhere physically. So whenever you order, they'll be gotten from somewhere and then distributed. So that's an area that we need to catch up with.
Okay.
But so far, so good.
So far, so good. But Caleb, James, please confirm. We don't know.
Okay, so from
an investigations perspective.
From an investigations point of view, we do know because we do investigations, and we have worked with SCA, and the directors of enforcement know this. We have what we like to call product completion centers, which we have enforced.
Product completion centers.
So that is someone who is running a production kind of facility. So he gets packages from wherever he gets them, he gets boxes, and then he gets now the torn down counterfeit product, imitating the real product, packages them just to, to deceive the consumer, and then sells them at maybe 20-30% of the real price. So as we come in from that aspect, and we try to demonstrate this value to our clients, just as I've mentioned, that the value of the goods we seize, if only a little percentage of that could be salvaged in terms of sales to the consumers. And then there is also very elaborate measures by the SCA in terms of penalties and whatnot. And we support in all that.
Caleb, thank you. Makofi yake tafadhali. Big round of applause, Caleb. Thank you. If you have any questions for Caleb, just one question, please post. Up next. We have about 9 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning. Isaac is my name.
Isaac.
Yeah, from Mabati Rolling Mills. I'm also representing the steel subsector. Do we have counterfeit steel products? Yes. So I think the forum is right for the discussion.
Fantastic. A big round of applause to Isaac. Really appreciate your responses so far. So I'll pick very quick questions. Those that have names, just scroll. This is Menti platform. Let me see a question that has a name, a question that has a name. Let's go. James. James, you ready for your question? Which parameters can a consumer use to detect original versus fake medicine, considering that the pharmacies and chemists are licensed? 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for the question. First is to confirm the source where you are buying the medication from, whether it's registered. So you have this PBB code where you scan. Every premise is supposed to have that code where you scan and confirm whether that entity is registered. And company right now, we are now moving into innovation to develop tools that are used for scanning to confirm the exact origin of the product. But unfortunately, again, the counterfeiters are also catching up with the technology. Code where you are able to scan and confirm the exact origin and the genuineness of the product.
James, I walk into a pharmacy, they tell me, you want generic or original?
Yeah, thank you. The difference, those two are not counterfeits.
Okay.
A generic is a product that is not branded.
Not branded.
Not branded. The original manufacturer who developed the product is what we call innovator products. So the innovator products are the ones we call original.
Okay.
And then generics are, like, for example, if you use Panadol as an example, allow me to use,
yeah.
Panadol is a branded product by the innovator company. But then paracetamol, which is the active ingredient. So there are so many paracetamol-based brands that have come up. So those are.
Okay, asante. Let's go to, there was a question for Joseph. Joseph. Let's go to Joseph. Joseph.
Against illicit trade because it's an enforcement issue, but at the same time, we also create joint awareness forums targeting various stakeholders so that we can be able to ensure that the products that are in the market or are being offered in the market, they are genuine. And one of the biggest problem that we have is availability of these counterfeit products in the market. Because if there is no availability, then there is no way that the consumer can opt to buy counterfeit product. So we must address the root cause of this availability of these counterfeit products. And it is through enforcement and also awareness creation in order to deter the demand that is being created by the consumers, because they can see an opportunity to save a coin. And that exposes all of us in terms of our health and safety, among other aspects that are threatened by consuming or use of counterfeit products.
Joseph, thank you so much. Caleb, what are the steps taken after counterfeit goods have been seized by ACA?
Okay. ACA has a legal framework to that. But just in a nutshell, is that there is a court process. And this court process, when you go forward, as the IPR agents, we will provide analysis reports and value the goods, and then the court can penalize a first offender at 3 times the value of the seized goods. Second time offender at 5 times the value of the seized goods, plus term of imprisonment. And also third offender, now it's jail. And there is also another option of compounding, whereby the suspect can apply to the executive director of the ACA, requesting that the matter to be handled within ACA. As ACA has very elaborate structures in this. So they will come, they will sit you down in a committee, and then they will tell you that this is what you've done, this is the value of the seized goods, and then they will fine you an amount, out of which some of that amount, I think, will go to the destruction of those goods. And then the goods are also forfeited. So those are the structures according to the law, to the Anti-Counterfeit Act of 2008, in terms of seized goods.
Caleb, asante sana. Ishmael. Ishmael. There was something Dominic said, very concerning. Most consumers would not buy products if they knew it was counterfeit. But there was another statement, buying counterfeit goods despite knowing they were not genuine. The people who know this is counterfeit, but they will still go and buy. What is your message to them?
Now, okay, look at it this way.
Right.
This is a consumer.
It's a consumer.
Living in Kenya. The economy in Kenya. The pocket, the wallet.
Kweli.
Those aspects. This is a person who is encouraging the seller to sell the product counterfeit at a lower price. Because both of them are benefiting. One benefiting for a lesser product, it's a lesser price. Yes, it's cheaper. And the other one, margins. But again, interestingly, much as it is, these individuals or the buyer here, with that knowledge that it's a counterfeit, the person is battling between two things. Some of these products could be beyond their reach. the cost is too high. This is the only alternative. It's between them or not having it.
Yeah.
So it becomes like, I had no other option. Either I forfeit totally or go for that cheaper one. So this is something that it's a thin line between ethics, reality, and the facts.
Ethics, reality, and the facts. What about you, Isaac?
Yeah, counterfeit has a link to many things. One of the things that counterfeit is linked to, as my colleague has mentioned, is terrorism. There is economic sabotage, there is loss of jobs, there is, of course, tax evasion and avoidance, there is environmental degradation, there is also health issues. So once somebody decides to buy counterfeit, basically he's supporting all that. So it's proper that sensitization is properly done to educate the public on the effects.
Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, let's give our panelists a big round of applause. Bwana Joseph, Bwana Ishmael, Bwana James, Bwana Caleb, Bwana Isaac, asanteni sana. It's not about how cheap it is. It's terrorism. We're killing ourselves, killing our future generation. Asanteni sana. Let's take a photo with them standing. Tafadhali. Makofi yao tena. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Many thanks, many thanks. All right, you may kindly take your seats. We're ready for our next panel discussion. But before we do that, let's just be upstanding, everybody. Just be upstanding, just be upstanding. Be upstanding, everybody, be upstanding. Get yourself some space. You know, this is a war. We are at war. So we've got to be strong and ready and energetic to engage. So get yourself some space. Give me sound a bit. So we're going to do some simple jumping jacks because we need to be strong for this. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Give me sound, give me sound, give me sound. So get yourself some space. Okay, you've got to be there to fight it. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, let's go. Come on. Boom, 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 boom. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Come on. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats. Well done. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. We need to keep that energy wherever we go. It's terrorism. It's terrorism. It's not cheap. It's not convenient. It's terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we want now to talk to, but before that, there was a concern. It was a men-only panel. So IPR owners who are female, just put up your hands, put up your hands, put up your hands. Come on. Oh, so, okay, talk to us. From your perspective, what have you picked? What is your message?
All right, good morning, everyone.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Sure.
Yes, I've been asked to stand so that you can see their women in the fights.
That's important.
So my name is Zipporah.
Zipporah, big round of applause to Zipporah. We just had a men only, a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
So as a day job, I work for BAT.
BAT?
Yes, but in this specific conversation, I'm the chair of the Anti-Illicit Trade Committee within the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. So this is a dear topic to me. And as you said, it's not convenient, it's terrorism. So whenever you're buying that shoe written Nike with double E, or the Jordan with, instead of the guy jumping, he's under the table.
And you're still buying it.
And you're still buying it. Really, what are we talking about, yeah? So the challenge is, for you as a consumer, how do you prioritize your health? How do you prioritize whatever you're consuming, whatever you're wearing? If you're wearing an Adidas, surely, you're trying to keep up with it, but are you really? Are you really? Yeah.
Big round of applause to Zipporah. Thank you so much. Really appreciate Asante Sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our next panel discussion. About 20 minutes, then we close. So the same trend, menti.com. For your questions and comments, direct them to the specific speakers. Henry Maina, ACA, karibu sana. Consilia Were, Kipi, karibu sana. Paul Mutisia Kebs, Sharon Wata, Kikobo. Karibuni sana. A big round of applause for them. But hey, I'm so moved here. Did you notice this? Did you notice this? We're talking about the next generation. A big round of applause for them. Come on. They are here. You know, girls, we said this, girls. We said for all the delegates who are seated, we told them as they share comments or questions, they need to think of the next generation. Somebody seated next to them. So, a quick comment from one of, who's the leader? Who's the leader? Come on, we need the leaders. Who? Put up your hand, this is the moment, come on. Do it, fantastic, a big round of applause for her. Talk to us, what have you picked so far? Your name? Volume, please.
Everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Claire Chendu.
Claire.
I'm my lady girls.
Your name?
Claire Chendu.
Claire, a big round of applause to Claire, come on. Well done.
A student in Malaidi Girls from Nyeri County. We are happy to be here.
Claire, big round of applause for the whole school as well. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. Dear panelists, please speak to that generation as well in a way they will understand. Okay? I'm concerned. Dominic, you gave us some serious data here, and I just wanted to pick some of that. Listen to this. 20% of products sold in the Kenyan market, counterfeit. 20%. Annual loss, 800 billion. Awareness level, 65%. What are you doing in your particular organization in dealing with counterfeits? Let's start with you. Your name, organization, then what you're doing. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning everyone. My name is Sharon Wata, the Deputy Director at Kenya Copyright Board. I'm also an IP lawyer, I'm also a creative myself.
Fantastic.
One of the things that Kekobo has tried to do in the area of awareness creation is just to do capacity building programs across the board. Because when you talk about copyright and infringement, that's where counterfeit works or goods would come in. For example, we have worked with publishers. We also have an enforcement mandate. So we work with publishers to arrest counterfeited books. Let me call them that today, but we usually call them pirated books.
Pirated books.
So you can imagine if I am in Form 4 and I'm doing an exam and I've bought a pirated book.
Yes.
Usually you'll find the quality is poor, it will not last, but also the information inside is distorted. But I need to pass an exam. Then that's a problem. Yeah, that is how bad it can be.
It's bad.
I know that in Europe, for example, money that is gotten from piracy and counterfeiting is used to fund things like terrorism. So when you're talking about terrorism, that's a real thing.
It's real.
Yes.
All right.
That kind of money, that is part of the stuff that it does.
Big round of applause for Sharon. Sharon, questions for Sharon? Please start with her name so that we are quick on this. Next.
I'm Consilia Were from Kenya Industrial Property Institute. And to say KIPI is very instrumental when it comes to issues on IP protection. So as an organization, we assist IPR owners to be able to protect their intellectual property rights, covering patents, trademarks, industrial designs, utility models. And we also do create awareness for owners to be able to understand that these are rights and there's need to protect these rights. And the protection will be very important when it comes to issues on enforcement. So we work very closely with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, and we actually appear in court when such cases of counterfeit are before court, and we provide evidence for those registered IPR owners. In addition, we also do a lot of training, and we train various IPR owners and also create awareness on the various rights that exist. So it is important for the owners to know that these are rights and why it is important to register these rights. So creating awareness, and we work in collaboration with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority in terms of these awareness creation sessions.
Okay, big round of applause for Were. And if you have any questions, I can see that's a good way of starting. So somebody says Sharon, and the question is there. That's really good. So if you have any questions for Were, please start with Were. Henry, you work in collaboration with Were.
Yes, so good morning everyone. My name is Henry Maina. I'm the Deputy Director, Research and Policy at the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. So yes, those statistics are problematic, but we haven't been just sitting back. I think we must point out that Kenya is one of the few countries in this sub-region that has dedicated institutions to fight counterfeit. So sometimes as Kenyans, we tend to beat each other so much that nothing is happening, but we've taken those deliberate steps to fight counterfeits. In the 15 years of existence of Anti-Counterfeit, we have seized goods worth 5 billion and equipment worth 6 billion that would be used in counterfeiting processes. That tells you we have saved the country as much. We have destroyed goods worth 1.5 billion and filed cases about 450 in court. And recently, we've initiated processes with schools. You said we need to speak to that generation. So for the first time, the Kenya Music Festival had compositions, productions, poems on anti-counterfeiting processes. And that's why the little girls are here, because they participated in that. So we are rolling out programs for schools, for universities, because we want to catch them young so that they value IP, but they are also not victims of that process. So SEA is doing lots of work. Now we are doing productions in local languages, in Kiswahili and English, and the local languages, so that we can speak to each other in a way that we understand that counterfeiting is not just a problem of the rich, it is affecting all communities around.
Absolutely, not a problem of the rich, affecting everyone around. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, before we continue on, a big round of applause to our key guest, Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization. Welcome, Daring Tang. A big round of applause for him once again. We celebrate you, thank you so much. We've started our discussion, we're saying counterfeits are not just cheap, they're actually means of terrorism. It's pure terrorism. It's not, oh, it's convenient or cheap. Henry, thank you so much. We are basically appreciating what ACA is doing, Anti-Counterfeit Authority is already doing, so it's not all doom and gloom, but there's still a lot to be done. Up next, go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, all protocols observed. My name's Paul Mutisia. I'm with the Kenya Bureau of Standards in the Market Surveillance Directorate. As I represent here, Kenya Bureau of Standards, as Miners just passed across, we work very closely in terms of combating these vice. We've developed over 20,000 standards for different products. We're also doing product certification so that to make sure that these products have been certified. We have also Enforcement Directorate, which is market surveillance, where I sit. And we have combated very big values of products which are substandard and counterfeits. Recently, we had a very huge consignment of cement. I think you must have seen it in the media, and steel, and among other products. So as my colleague has just put across, we are working very closely with other government stakeholders,
right,
so that we can combat these fights.
Paul, thank you so much. A big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Because of time, I'll just give you 2 minutes to respond to these questions. So there are specific questions. Sharon, question for you. I'll just read all the questions, then all of us can deliver their final remarks as well. But as you give your final remarks, Claire is here, and we're saying we're also speaking to the future. Give them hope that because of the role that you're playing, because of the organization that you are in, there's hope that we'll deal with this terrorism. So that should be in line with your final remarks. Okay, Sharon, what campaigns, okay, let's have that. Yeah, how is Kekobo countering in the emerging world of artificial intelligence works? Done, let's go to Henry. How do you evaluate the effectiveness of intervention initiatives targeting awareness of anti-counterfeit or counterfeit goods? Okay. There's Were. With the rise of TikTok and online fame, how do you trace the original owner of a creative work when a claim emerges? That's a good question, by the way. So let's keep it that for the specific questions. But for the rest of the panelists, Paul, utatupa your final remarks. The hope. You'll give us the hope. Let's start with you, Sharon. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the question was on how we are countering the emerging world in AI works.
That's right.
Yeah, we have seen a surge in creations of AI works, especially in paintings, artworks. I think there's also music. I know the Ministry of ICT has developed a strategy on AI, but we do not have a law on AI. And the Copyright Act has tried to update to be able to deal with works when it comes to the digital environment. But with regards to AI, we have no provision specifically on combating AI works or anything or protection of that.
Wow.
There are many school of thoughts, yeah? There's one of the issues that has come up with AI and copyright.
Right.
Is that when you are doing the machine learning, you're feeding the work into the machine learning, that sometimes you use copyright protected works. So most of the companies, we advise that you buy whatever you need to use so that you're feeding in material that you have bought as opposed to stolen. You said, we were discussing with her, there was an issue on TikTok and content.
Yes, yes.
And tracing the original person. Kekobo does registration of works. That is one of the ways that you're able to use to prove that you are the owner of a work. Okay. The last thing I'll say, you said we give hope to the young girls. We are working with publishers a lot in combating piracy in the area of books, educational books. And so the hope is that you will not be finding the books in the market. So you will not be reading the wrong books, and that you will do well in your exams. That's for our students.
All right, thank you so much. Big round of applause for Sharon. Thank you so much. We're at 1 minute because of time.
Yeah, just to add on what Sharon has said regarding TikTok, maybe just what we need to know is that IP rights are individual rights, and this means that it is upon us to take the initiative to be able to enforce our rights. And so when we realize that our rights have been violated, it is upon us to engage with the relevant government authority to assist us in terms of enforcement of those rights. The government will not come looking for who is infringing. It is you to go to the government and tell the government that this person is infringing on my rights.
All right, many thanks. A big round of applause for Were. Let me go to Paul first. Paul, your final remarks. 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. this menace is really spoiling our economy, and we must join hands, all of us, so that we can fight this vice. I'll just take an example, as my colleague has said, with the issue of the young generation. You can imagine your son using a canvas to pursue exams, and that canvas does not meet the required specification. You can imagine what's going to happen. This student will fail. For it's not our own fault, but for the counterfeited or substandard product. That is just a little what you can imagine of the biggest economy. So we must join hands, all of us, as stakeholders, as users, government agencies, so that we can fight this fight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Paul. Henry, close it for us. Close it for us. Hope. Go ahead.
Okay. One, I think I had pointed out the issue that we are working with primary schools and secondary schools and colleges to create a belief that if they are creators, if they are innovators, their IP will be protected, but also to help them with knowledge that they do not become victims of buying counterfeits deceptively. Two, I think the question on how may we evaluate the effectiveness of the programs we run, I think one is to understand that dealing with anti-counterfeiting is a multidisciplinary process, and each discipline will have methodological rigors on how that is assessed. So you can look at it from a sociological perspective. Why do we have people knowingly buying counterfeits? How do we deal with it? Do they understand the effects? And the changes that we have seen, if you looked at the baseline studies we did in 2019, that is when the awareness levels were at about 65%. I think in today's presentation, Dr. Kariuki and Ojwang pointed out a remarkable increase in some regions to 83%. Those interventions have been initiated by state, by IP owners, and you can then begin to see that change and be able to attribute to interventions that have been created. I'm glad to have extra discussions on the rigors of methods of effectiveness. Time allowing, please check on me, but keep the discussion going.
Excellent. A big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. We appreciate. Many thanks. You may kindly take your seats. You can actually stand so that we can just take that memorable photo. Thank you so much. Please go ahead. But as we take that photo, ladies and gentlemen, there are things you can't fake. You either have it or you don't have it. And we can find inspiration by just being real in whatever we do, and we have done that. A big round of applause once again for our panelists. Eyes on the screen as we start. Ladies and gentlemen, this lady tells us you can do it by just being real. Maybe unknown at this particular time, but just working hard, giving the best, being a walking billboard of human excellence. Real. And she keeps doing it. Guess what?
But she's never broken the world record. It's an incredible world record. She's
a daughter, Kenyan soil, wins the race, breaks world record.
Is it going to be a world record? Yes, it is. She smashed
And do you know what she does? She puts our flag up there because of one person, her, giving her best, being real.
Here in Florence.
If we produce products like that, everything we do,
sensational.
That's how we will save future generations. 100 years ago, none of us was here. 100 years to come, none of us certainly will be here. So let's do what we can to safeguard humanity. I'd kindly request, let us be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem. They are all prayers. We must be committed to authenticity at the very core, upholding authenticity.
amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. Why don't you give some 5 people a big high five? Tell them welcome. Welcome to the World Anti-Counterfeit Day. Absolutely. Welcome. Give them a big high five. Together, upholding authenticity. Well done. You may now kindly take your seats as we welcome Claire and her school. Please come forward. We want to hear your voices. Come. Come, girls, come, girls. We want to hear your voices. A big round of applause to the girls, for the girls. We want to appreciate that you're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Madaithi girls, asante sana. This is the hope we're talking about. Welcome. Makofi, let's encourage them. Come on. You remember your time? Oh, come on, come on. Let's appreciate the girls. Well done. We appreciate you. We celebrate you. Well done. Well done. And you're looking stunning. Excellent. Keep it up. Keep it up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So we are the Madaithi Girls High School, and today we are saying there is no buying counterfeit products and services. However, they seem convincing in price and everything. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you so much.
Wazalendo leo tuamke, tuwe
Thank you.
Makofi tafadhali, come on. Wewe. Wewe. Wow. Madam Esther Ngari, I need you to join them, please. Well done. Well done. Thank you so much, Kebs. Managing Director, Asante Sana. Wait. Wait. Wow, a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Executive Director, Dr. Robbie, thank you so much. Director General, Tang, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Why don't we give them a standing ovation? Come on, let's just all stand and give them a big round of applause. Well done, well done, well done. We celebrate you. Excellent. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off with the opening remarks. And to guide us through that engagement, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome He brings over 2 decades of leadership in law, communication and public service to guide the Anti-Counterfeit Authority in protecting Kenya's industries and consumers. His visionary drive, from championing intellectual property in music and media to steering policy against counterfeit goods, inspires confidence that under his stewardship, innovation and integrity will flourish for a stronger economy. Please welcome the Anti-Counterfeit Authority Executive Director, Dr. Robin Njoroge.
A big round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. Hamjambo. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands so that we can be able to fight the counterfeit, particularly today. Our chief guest, WIPO Director General, Mr. Darren Tang, chairperson and CEOs of our partner agencies, that is KIPI, Kekobo, Kenya Bureau of Standards, KRA and others, ACA Board of Directors, led by our chairman, who is running a bit late, Honorable Josephat Kabeabea, and board members who are present, a representative from ARIPO, MSU, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and our valued partners, KIPI CEO, who is here, it's good to recognize, Mr. Onyango, KEBS CEO, Esther, who is also here, karibu sana. CEO Association of Suppliers, Mr. Ishmael Bet, Chair of KAPI, Dr. Mokoru, Shippers Council, CEO, Mr. Ugabi, KEPSA Security Board Chair, Mr. Nabutora, KM, that is the Association of Manufacturers Representative, Mr. Wairioko, Kenya Association of Manufacturers Chair Subcommittee, that is Anti-Illicit Committee, that is Zipporah Kuria, Dr. Malisera Ouma, a guru in the area of, that is the copyright, Ajira Dabuki. I've also seen Ambassador Jabi from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We also have within our midst, Mr. Joseph Beva, Director for Industry, and representing the Permanent Secretary. We also have board members from KIPI and Kekobo. I take this opportunity to say that it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the commemoration of this year's World Anti-Counterfeit Day, which is being held under the theme, Advancing Counterfeiting Efforts to Foster Innovation and Consumer Trust. This theme is not just a slogan, it is a national and a global call to action. A rallying call that speaks directly to the integrity of our economy, the safety of our people, and the future of the innovation in Kenya and beyond. We are gathered here today not out of routine, but out of urgency and purpose. The global counterfeit economy is now valued at over 500 billion USD. In Kenya alone, we are losing an estimated 153 billion Kenya shillings across critical sectors such as since the establishment of Anti-Counterfeit Authority. Over this period, the ACA has evolved from a startup enforcement agency, and now we are in our teen years. I don't know how teens behave. Can you clap for ACA for marking this? And when we started in 2010, we were required to do a number of things. And the essence of starting this agency started around 2004, 2005, where there was a case by Doshi ironmongers versus weight and measures. And what the High Court said that there could be no crime without law. And so the government was taken back to the drawing board, that you cannot enforce counterfeiting in Kenya without establishing an enabling law. And as a result of that, Kenya's Association of Manufacturers, among other private players, did come together and boarded together and were able to petition the then president, Honorable Mwai Kibaki, and they enacted an act of parliament, that is Anti-Counterfeit Act of 2008. And in the lead up to today, our teams have been mobilizing across counties, and we have trained enforcement officers and brand owners in Nairobi and Mombasa on brand identification and product verification. We took part in the Madaraka Day week in Homa Bay, using the moment of national pride to deliver powerful public awareness messages on counterfeit risks in the blue economy. In Kisumu, we engaged the media through capacity building workshops, recognizing the media's critical role in shaping public understanding and driving behavioral change. And indeed, we normally call them the fourth estate. And why they are the fourth estate, we represent the first estate here at ACA because we belong to the executive. And then we also have the legislative, which is the second estate, and the judiciary as the third estate. But the media, they are there also to ensure that we do our work as per the principles and dictates of the Constitution and the law. And today marks the culmination of those efforts as we officially launch two important research reports. Number one, we'll be launching the extent of counterfeiting among Kenyan manufacturers, which is going to address the concerns relating to our manufacturing sector. And number two, we are also going to launch another survey, levels of consumer awareness on counterfeit goods in Kenya. These reports have been undertaken in collaboration with KCA University and Kenya Association of Manufacturers. They represent a crucial evidence base for strategic action. They highlight not only the scale of the challenge, but also provide policy recommendations to embed anti-counterfeit interventions into trade, health, digital commerce, among other systems within the trade ecosystem. As we commemorate ACA's 15 years journey, we will honor the internal and external champions, our unsung heroes and heroines, whose dedication has fueled our relentless war against counterfeiting. Kenya is undertaking a bold and visionary reform by merging our authority, that is Anti-Counterfeit Authority, the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, and Kenya Copyright Board into a single integrated entity to be called the Kenya Intellectual Property Organization Authority, that is Kenya Intellectual Property Authority, KIPA. This is not a routine administrative restructuring. It is a structural transformation designed to harmonize the registration enforcement, and protection of IP rights under one institutional framework. By bringing these functions together, Kenya aims to enhance service delivery, eliminate duplication, and create a streamlined and responsive IP ecosystem that better serves innovators, creators, and investors. This reform is unfolding alongside the anticipated validation of the National Intellectual Property and Strategy Policy, which is being sponsored by World Intellectual Property Organization, represented here today by the Director General. Let's clap for WIPO for giving us that support. This policy, because as we said, we started with laws instead of starting with a policy within the IP ecosystem, and we want to correct that by ensuring that we have the policy that addresses on the issues of legislation and the issues of strategy and operations when it comes to the issues of IP rights. And this policy will set a clear national direction for IP governance in the country. Together, the strategy and the institutional merger marks a strategic pivot in Kenya innovation and economic development agenda. Few countries, particularly in the global south, have dared to integrate the IP institution into such comprehensive way. Kenya is setting a precedent, offering a model for effective IP administration that may influence not only regional peers, but also more established economies around the world. We are privileged to be joined by the international and national partners whose solidarity strengthen our resolve. I warmly recognize the Director General of WIPO, Mr. Darren Tang, whose presence here today is a powerful endorsement of Kenya leadership in IP enforcement in the African continent. I specifically want to thank the Principal Secretary, Dr. Joe Muhwana, and our peers, Mr. Lee Kinyajui, who are represented here by Mr. Bever, for steadfast policy support and institutional guidance. To assist our agencies, that is KIPI, Kekobo, Kenya Bureau of Standards, KRA, Office of Director of Public Prosecution, we thank you for standing shoulder to shoulder with us in enforcement, advocacy, and innovation. Our appreciation also goes to our global partners, that is WCO, ARIPO, European Union, MSU, that is Michigan State University, which is also doing another collaborative effort together with the USIU, and I think I've seen Dr. Robbie from USIU around, whose collaboration have elevated our capacity to respond to counterfeit threats with precision and agility. Indeed, this past 1 week, I was invited by the European Union to Angola, among the Russophone countries. These are countries that speak Portuguese, on what we are doing, because they have realized that we are the leader within the continent. They wanted to learn about the best policies and lessons that what we are doing. So we engaged with the participants from countries such as Angola, Cape Verde, Mozambique, then we had Guinea-Bissau, among other countries. And we are sharing our lessons. And there are things that came out that for us to fight counterfeiting, it is not going to be fought by one country alone. It requires concerted efforts. Actually, they have agreed within the Russophone countries, Portuguese-speaking countries, to form a group that is going to ensure that whatever strategies they have, because they'll be working closely with the European Union, with the Interpol, that is the international police, to ensure that we are able to share the intelligence, when it occurs and come up with proper interventions. And similar things we are also going to advocate through Director General, so that if we can be able to have similar thing within the Anglophone countries, that is English-speaking countries, and the French, Francophone, within the West Africa, so that we are able to fight this menace together. Because once we combine efforts, we achieve more. And we are doing this not for ourselves. We are doing this because of that consumer, that innocent man walking on the street, going to buy goods, or purchasing something that may be harmful to his health. And as you have already heard the extent of counterfeiting when it comes to the medicines, how it's going to affect that person who consumes something that is not going to have any impact on their health, and they have got families. When you see somebody walking on the street, that is an entire ecosystem. There are so many people who are dependent on that person. So if they are affected by the things that we do not advocate here, you can imagine the impact is going to reverberate across generations as a result of that. And that is the reason why we have to come together here, work together, and support one another. Because the journey here is to support, and the end should justify the mean. As I conclude, allow me to say that World Anti-Counterfeit Day 2025 is not just another event in the calendar. It is our Kairos moment. And this Kairos moment, that I think, Tom, you are the one who is bringing this issue of Kairos moment once again. In Greek mythology, we have two concepts of time. They have what they call Kairos, or optune. Actually, the word optune comes from the same concept. And the other one is called chronos, like chronicles, chronology, meaning that you are given two concepts of time. It is up to you as an individual to know when is the right time to do something. Kairos only comes once. And once Kairos goes, you're never going to recover it. And here we are, we have our Kairos moment, which measures the passage of time, that is chronos. Our Kairos moment signals the right time, the opportune moment, when bold choices must be made and legacies are shaped. This is the moment for Kenya and the world. And I'm also going to refer you to that phrase within the Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. The way that he says Brutus and Mark Antony, that those times that come, the tides, and if you are unable to realize the moment when the right tide comes, once it goes, you are not going to recover again. With the reforms otherwise, the name Anti-Counterfeit Authority, Kipi and Kekobo may soon fade into the dustbin of history. But what will endure is a unified vision they helped forge, a streamlined, modern, and responsive IP systems that fit for a knowledge-driven economy. That is a side of story and history that we would like to propel forward as our legacy. To our international guests, karibu to Kenya, and return soon. Enjoy our culture, our world drive, our night and day life, and become a goodwill ambassador of Kenya's IP journey. Thank you, and may God bless all of you as we celebrate this day. Asanteni.
Wow, thank you so much. Another beautiful round of applause. This is our Kairos moment. Moment for Kenya and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, up next,
He envisions the Anti-Counterfeit Authority as a champion for small and medium enterprises, partnering with all stakeholders to transform the agency into a facilitator that propels innovation, competitiveness, and economic growth. He seeks to empower MSMEs through education on intellectual property rights, ensuring legitimate and fair trade that unlocks their fullest potential. Please welcome the Anti-Counterfeit Authority Chairman, Board of Directors, Honorable Josephat Kabeabea.
To represent him, Nedi Kipto. A big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nedi Kipto, board member Anti-Counterfeit Authority, and I'm standing in for my chairman, who is in an official meeting right now. It might be late, but let me deliver his speech. Before I can go through the speech, let me recognize the board members for Anti-Counterfeit Authority. You can just stand up and wave. Thank you so much. And also, let me recognize other board members from our sister agencies. Kikopo, Kipi. Yes, thank you so much. Speech by Mr. Josephat Kabeabea, Chairman, Board of Directors, Anti-Counterfeit Authority, World Anti-Counterfeit Day, today, 60th June 2025. Cabinet Secretary, Only Kinyanchui, Principal Secretary, and government officials, distinguished guests from WIPO, led by the Director General, WOCO, ARIPO, COMESA, development agencies, representatives from KEPSEA, CAM, and other private sectors, leaders present, my fellow board members, the ACA management team, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address you this milestone occasion, World Anti-Counterfeit Day 2025. This is more than a day of awareness. It is a day of accountability, a day when we recommit to showcase our mission of protecting Kenyans' consumers, industries, and innovators from the shadow economy of counterfeit goods. This year, as Dr. Njoroge Mbokwa said, marks 15 years since the establishment of the Anti-Counterfeit Authority from a skeleton institution of 42 members of staff in June 2010 to a national leader in regulatory enforcement and IP protection comprising 120 staff. ACA Evolution is a proud chapter in Kenya war against counterfeit story. As the chair of the board, I wish to honor the visionaries who laid the foundation, the former chairpersons of the board of directors. Number one, who started this organization is Mr. H.E.N. Kamau, the first board chair who guided the authority from infancy with the discipline and legal foresights. Mr. Pridipin Paunara, under whose tenure, industry partnership gained the firm crown. Mr. Polycarp Igade, who injected corporate precision and stakeholder engagement. And Ms. Flora Mudai, who steered the authority through strategy repositioning and policy feasibility. To each of these distinguished leaders and respective CEOs, we say asanteni. Your legacy is etched in the operational DNA of the authority and will be honored through dedication wall in the chairman office of the authority. Institutions, excellence building on systems, not sentiments. In those 15 years, ACA has matured a result-driven institution through collaboration with executive, parliament, enforcement agencies, and the private sector we have. Assisting counterfeit goods worthy over Kenya shillings 4.9 billion, protecting lives and livelihoods from same goods that would otherwise be caused health and safety risks to consumers. Launched the National Baseline Survey on Counterfeits and Illicit Trade, a first in the region, informing policy and national action against the counterfeit and illicit trade. Rolled out 5 regional offices covering Nairobi, Coast, Nyanza in Kisumu, Rift Valley based in Eldoret, Southeastern based in Athi River, Machakos, Central in Nyeri across and border stations offices at Lunga Lunga, JKIA, Namanga, Isapania, Moyale, Malaba, and Busia to centralize enforcement. Increased public awareness levels from 66% to 76% in the last 2 years in almost all counties across the country. We achieved the ISO certifications, a globally recognized mark of quality and efficiency, and most importantly, contributed to a safer, fairer, and more competitive business environment. On stewardship, the transition towards the Kenya Intellectual Property Organization. We have some organizations that are supposed to be might. And in that line, the chairman is addressing also this meeting by saying that, ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate this day, we also prepare to transition the government decision to merge ACA, KIPI, and KICOPO into the Kenya Intellectual Property Organization. KIPO is a defining reform in the evolution of IP governance. As I said last night, these plans are in line with the broader government bottom-up economic transformation agenda, BETTER. They are about making IP work for people, not just on paper, but on the ground. The merger is about a commitment to enhance the protection of intellectual property, particularly for our micro and small enterprises. Those entrepreneurs are the heart of Kenya's industrialization agenda, and IP, their engine for growth. As chairman, my colleague and I, the weight of this matter of national interest, we have fully endorsed this direction and supervising this transition through the stewardship bestowed upon by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya. As the outgoing board and probably the last ACA board, we welcome this transformation. I wish to sincerely thank my fellow board members for your commitment, diligence, and strategic insight. Your expertise has shaped our decision and refined our standards. To the Executive Director, Dr. Mbokwa Njoroge, and the ACA management and team, your integrity, dedication, and passion have set a high bar for public service. We have been assured of no job losses as a result of this transition, but a great future of prosperity. A final reflection for the last 15 years for this organization. Let us carry forward the lessons of the past 15 years. Let's consolidate the partnership we have forged, and let us enter this next chapter, confidence. Together, let's protect wisely, innovate boldly, and collaborate deeply. Thank you for your attention. May God bless you. May God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana na karibuni. So let me just recognize and also appreciate our girls for their very good performance. Thank you and God bless you.
Asante sana, thank you so much. Just quickly, ladies and gentlemen, just to appreciate the commitment of the government, we want to celebrate the Cabinet Secretary. We also want to appreciate the Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization. Thank you so much. We appreciate your presence. Principal Secretary, State Department, Investment, State Department of Trade, course, the State Department of Industry, well represented by Honour Joseph Mbevu, who will be speaking on behalf of the government. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we also want to appreciate very key stakeholders. We have Kenya Industrial Property Institute, makofi yake tafadhali, he's here. Thank you so much. Kenya Copyright Board. We want to appreciate as well Kenya National Innovation Agency. Thank you so much. And of course, we also want to recognize the presence of the Kenya Bureau of Standards Managing Director, Madam Esther Ngari. A big round of applause for her. We celebrate your presence, the work that you do in building trust in this country. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, just to represent the key stakeholders, please welcome our next speaker.
He has spent over 2 decades bringing world-class legal and governance expertise from the courtrooms of Nairobi to the halls of The Hague to guide governments, corporations and financial institutions toward greater transparency and integrity. As a leader in both private practice and public service, he is poised to drive reforms that strengthen legal frameworks, inspire confidence and unlock new opportunities for justice and growth across Kenya and beyond. Please welcome the Kenya Industrial Property Institute Chairperson Board of Directors, Alan Kosgei.
Big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here with you this morning. And I want to say thank you to Madam, representing our chairman, Josephat Kapebea. Thank you very much, Robbie. Robbie, when you were here, you regaled us with tales from Greek mythology. You mentioned Julius Caesar, Shakespeare. I can see that the PhD is for nothing. It's not for nothing. So you mentioned Shakespeare. Shakespeare says in Romeo and Juliet, and if you read the opening chapter, Romeo encounters his friend Tybalt, who asks him, what so lengthens Romeo's hours? And the response is, not having that which having makes them short. So I will endeavor to be short. I will endeavor to be brief. Mr. Darren Tang, our chief guest, Dr. Robbie, our invited guests, all protocols observed. Good morning. And good morning once again. My name is Alan Kosgei. I am a lawyer by profession, 26 years standing, but I also serve as the chairman of the Kenya Industrial Property Institute. And I'm delighted to be here with you this morning to commemorate the World Anti-Counterfeit Day, whose theme is advancing counterfeit efforts to foster innovation and consumer trust. I want to welcome our special guest, Mr. Darren Tang, the WIPO Deputy, the WIPO DG, and his team. Karibuni sana, and welcome to Kenya. And we are grateful to have you here with us, and it has been a warm welcome. As you know, we in Africa, what we do best is song and dance. So we are glad that you have been welcomed with the song and dance. So Karibuni sana. Over the past years, we have worked well with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, with our colleagues. And this collaboration, this joint effort is crucial because we recognize that the fight against counterfeits and counterfeiting and promotion of IP rights cannot be undertaken in isolation. It is a constant battle, a collaborative effort, because we all appreciate that counterfeits undermine innovation, consumer trust, public health, and ultimately harm our economy. I think the MC described it as a form of terrorism. I'm especially pleased to report that our collaboration with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority has seen increased visibility in our outreach programs in recent months. We have worked well when we recently marked the World Intellectual Property Day on the 26th of April, whose theme, incidentally, was IP and music, Feel the Beat. And that underscores the government's commitment towards supporting our creative economy. In fact, I think if those of you who attended the WIPO Day on the 26th of April will recall that a lot of efforts, a lot was showcased in terms of what has been done to assist our young people, our young musicians. And those of you who follow the political discourse in this country will know that there is a group called Wadaglis who have got a famous song we have here in Darrentown called Anguka Nayo. Anguka Nayo has actually been trademarked. We trademarked it at Kipi. So those who follow the political discourse, this gives an opportunity to our young people, to those in our creative economy, to showcase and monetize their talent moving forward. I am also, note that our young people here, the young girls, they have sung Nunua Halali, Jenga Kenya. So I want to encourage them and to wish them well. We also continue in our collaborative efforts following the second regulatory agencies, authorities and agencies conference, which took place at the University of Eldred. And I want to say thank you to our CS and to the Chief of Staff and Head of the Public Service in the office of the Executive Office of the President for organizing the RRA's Regulatory Authorities Conference, because that gave us an opportunity, together with Anti-Counterfeit Authority and other agencies, to better understand our role, to better appreciate our position with respect to how we can better regulate the IP sector and to better understand who our stakeholders are. And with that in mind, we know that Article 45 of our Constitution mandates us to protect, mandates the state to protect their intellectual property. So again, this is a key pillar of this government. I want to say thank you to our chairman, Kabebea, and Dr. Robbie, who made a splendid presentation in Eldred, and it helped us to better understand where we are moving forward. And of course, between the 19th and the 23rd of May, we had a very important engagement with the Juakali sector. And as you know, in this country, the informal sector, or the Juakali sector, this is the sector that last year, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the information that we have is that we had 842,000 jobs created in this country, out of which 782,000 are in the Juakali sector. So watu wa Juakali ni watu wa maana sana. And it is for that reason that we continue to work to support our informal sector and to ensure that they can protect their IP rights and to monetize and commercialize their inventions. And finally, I want to say thank you very much to my team, Managing Director, Mr. John Onyango, my director, Madam Mary Mutoro. Robbie, we were together in Homa Bay. And the blue economy, the theme for the recent Madaraka Day celebrations was the blue economy, our water and our wealth. And nobody spoke about the blue economy up until 2, 3, 4 years ago. But the blue economy has been a key cornerstone now. It's a key pillar of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda as set out in the Kenya Kwanza government. And it gave us an opportunity when we were together with Robbie at Homa Bay to engage better with stakeholders, to engage better with the people of Homa Bay, with the people of Nyanza. And it gave us an opportunity to see the various innovations and the various creations that have been brought about, been created within the framework of the blue economy. And so, for example, we saw or rather I saw, a solar-powered aerator, which is important for fish production and for aquaculture. So again, we at KIPI are taking steps to patent some of these creations, to patent some of these innovations, so that we can give an opportunity to those who work in the blue economy to improve themselves. So with those few remarks, let me say that we have as new opportunities emerging in the field of artificial intelligence, in the field of renewable energy, in the field of nanotechnology, which then offers us an opportunity to further collaborate with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority and to further collaborate with the Kenya Bureau of Standards and with all our partners. And so I want to say thank you very much for this engagement, and I'm delighted once again to be here with you. May I take this opportunity to thank our Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Lee Kinyanjui, Dr. Juma Mokwana, our PS, State Department for Industry, and His Excellency, President Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for their support and unwavering support to us in the IP sector. And I look forward to working and meeting with you in the days, months, and years to come. Asanteni sana, na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you so much indeed. To represent the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, State Department for Industry, a big round of applause to Bwana Joseph Mbeva, Director of Industries in charge of Industrialization Field Services. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Good afternoon. It's already past midday. Yeah, let me ride already on established protocols, but I will recognize our chief guest today, Director General, Mr. Tang from World Intellectual Property Organization. I also recognize the presence of chairs from parastatals and the CEOs present. I'm standing here in front of you representing my CS and PS. As you all know, Cabinet and the PSS are having a retreat in Naivasha from today. So they could not be able to afford to be with us. And because a lot has been said, I will not put in a lot of words. One, I'll start by saying I'm very delighted to be before you this morning or afternoon, and to be also recognized to be part of today's celebration of Anti-Counterfeit, which is being celebrated globally. And from where I sit as government, we know what the effects of counterfeits have done to this country. A lot of you know the famous company, Everready. Everready was brought down by counterfeits, where we were having confusingly similar products, ever steady, every day, and they could not sustain the fight, and they had to relocate. Today, we have to import Everready batteries from Egypt. So when we are talking of the impact to our industries, and what does that mean? All the people who are employed by Everready, where do they go? They went home. Si walienda nyumbani. So you can see the impact is a lot, and it creates a lot of effects to our families. You have also had the issues of health issues, where you end up getting products in our shelves which are not authentic. What does that mean? You consume them, then there you are with all the issues. So out of that, government decided actually to have an agency to start dealing with the issues of counterfeit. And that institution is none other than and Counterfeit Agency. And as you have heard from Dr. Bugwa, Anti-Counterfeit Agency is the only agency we have fighting counterfeit within the continent. I recall one time, and I said this last night, while we were in Geneva and we were proposing this under World Trade Organization, that we are establishing an authority, everybody, even developed countries, were looking at us and they were wondering, how are we going to implement it? Because even in the developed countries have been making serious losses. The multinationals have been having serious losses on, from the impacts of counterfeited products. So the government has been supporting the agency through Exchequer so that they can be able to sensitize wananchi, the general public, so they can get to know what are the effects, how can you be able to detect what are the counterfeits. Imagine today you go and buy a fake or counterfeit electrical cables, put them in your house, and within no time, something goes wrong. The house is on fire. What a loss. Whether it's just a building, and you may sometimes, it might happen when you have your kids in the house. You may end up having even loss of life. So we need to come together as Kenyans. Let's understand what are these counterfeit products, how do you detect them, so that we can be able to fight the vice. Remember, I want to tell you one secret. Cheap is always expensive. And most of these counterfeit products are cheap. You buy an item today, within 3 days you are back again to the shops to get another one. So at the end of the day, you end up spending much more than buying a genuine product. What the government has decided is because of coordination, there is a policy direction, as what has been said by Dr. Bugwa, that we are merging the three institutions in order to combine the effort. We have the directorates and also see how we can be able to combine the effort to fight the vice. So keep Kenya Industrial Property Institute and Counterfeit Agency and Kekobo will be managed to form the one agency, which is going to be called the Kenya Intellectual Property Authority. As we celebrate today's event, we have also noted that what the ACA has been doing is also they want to measure and see, are we making an impact to the sensitization efforts we have been making as government. And that is reflected by the two reports, which will be launched today. I think I will applaud the ACA for that gesture, because you see, without a measure, you may never know that whether you are getting it right or you are making an impact. The ministry is spearheading the policy development on intellectual property. As it was stated earlier here before, we started with having the structures in place, but without a clear policy direction and also a strategy. This is the time we are embarking on that, and in a very near future, we'll be engaging with the public to collect your inputs so that we can come up with a draft, which will also be subjected to public participation to ensure that we have captured all the sentiments all coming from the general public. So we'll be spearheading that under the State Department for Industry, and they will be welcoming a lot of contributions from all over. To this end, I would like to say thank you to everybody for having been invited and found time to come, despite being today being having been gazetted as a public holiday. Thank you.
so much. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a great honor as we celebrate today to have our key speaker. Please welcome.
He is a leader from Singapore who transformed his country's intellectual property office into an innovation hub and now leads the World Intellectual Property Organization to shape a future where creativity and collaboration lift us all. With top legal expertise, a strong educational background, and passions like jazz and tea, he inspires us to dream big, work together, and harness the power of ideas for a better world. Please welcome Darren Tang.
A big round of applause. And talk of jazz, Alan, I need you to join the Director General and you show him how we do Anguka Nayo. Weka, DJ, uko tayari? Tang, don't worry. Director General, don't worry. Alan will take care of you. Okay, everybody, let's be upstanding. Come on, come on. Let's support the Director General. Alan, 20, back, forward, come on, that's it, forward, a big round of applause to the Director General. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. I've realized that in Kenya, you can't just give speeches, you have to dance and you have to sing. So with that, let me start by saying that it's a real pleasure and honor to be here at this memorable, beautiful occasion with the host, Dr. Robbie Njoroge, ED of ACA, our dear chair, Mr. Alan Kosgei, not just a lawyer, but a dancer as well, of KP. CEO John Onyango, old friend of mine, our colleagues as well from MITI, Dr. Joseph Mbeva. You are also an IP person because you were Chief Patent Examiner at KP for many years before you crossed over to ministry. Thank you for being part of the IP community. I also wish to acknowledge our friends from Kekobo, the Bureau of Standards. It really is an ecosystem of IP in this room, and my honor to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, Hamjambo, habari zenu. First, let me acknowledge the 15th anniversary of ACA, which I think is really significant, and I thank you all for being here with me today, here with us today, despite this being a public holiday, and maybe just also give the opportunity to our friends who are following the Muslim faith, just greetings, Eid Mubarak. Now, one of the most meaningful parts of my work as the Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization that serves the 193 countries of the UN is to engage with those who are innovating and creating at the grassroots level. And I was very pleased that during this official visit to Kenya, I had the chance to do that. First, yesterday at the Kenya Startup Festival, organized by Kenya, and then this morning at Kurdi, where I had the chance to meet many, many young and also not so young innovators, inventors, and creators. And in my conversations with many of these Kenyans who are driving solutions in agri-tech, fintech, blue economy, orange economy, musicians and creators, I found that they're all trying to solve different problems in the world and different problems in Kenya, but united by energy, ambition, and purpose. And I'm fully confident that given the right conditions, they will succeed. And in fact, WIPO is pledging to support them not just to protect the IP, but also to commercialize the IP, because IP must become part of their business strategy to allow them to bring their ideas to the market. So I'm very confident that they will succeed. But there's a problem here. All too often, business success comes at a price. It attracts free riders. And just as some entrepreneurs hustle and make the difficult journey to bring their ideas to the market, others take a shortcut, stealing their ideas and selling counterfeit goods, pirating the content. And this poses a serious threat to Kenya's economic security, public safety, and indeed even your innovation and creative ecosystem. A number of speakers have termed this as economic terrorism, and I totally agree with that. And let me share some facets of the challenges involved to make this even more concrete. First, economic security and opportunity. ACA estimates that the value of illicit trade in Kenya is about 800 billion shillings, or about almost 10% of your GDP. And this impact is widespread and deeply felt. National Treasury loses over 150 billion shillings in tax revenue to counterfeits each year. And this is money that could fund public services, infrastructure, economic development, the schools that the girls came from that did such a wonderful performance this morning. But the impact is at the individual level too. Chairman Kosgei, you mentioned about jobs. Counterfeiting costs an estimate of 44,000 Kenyan jobs each year. That's 44,000 jobs a year. And this also undermines investor confidence, undermines your economic growth. Second, public safety. And I think Director Mbeva spoke about many of the challenges, electrical wiring. Gone are the days when counterfeits were largely about consumer products like our luxury goods like fake handbags, fake sneakers. Today, transnational organized crime, traffic in counterfeit medicine, cosmetics, agricultural inputs, fertilizers, and even food. These items do not meet safety standards, they do not pass basic quality checks, they are not merely dangerous, they can be deadly. WIPO has seen examples of fake airbags. So these airbags are fake, so when you get involved in an accident, they deploy in a way that kills the passenger that these airbags are supposed to protect. This is just one example. And in sub-Saharan Africa, fake medicines are estimated to account for nearly 500,000 deaths each year. So this is deadly. Third, impact on innovation. I have seen for myself Kenya's rise as a startup nation, the vibrancy of your creative economy, and the ambition of Kenya to push your micro, small, medium enterprises, the Juakali sector, alongside your other sectors to use IP to grow. But fake goods and frauds undermine this progress. In Europe, studies conducted by the European authorities show that MSMEs that are hit by IP infringement are 1/3 less likely to survive. And this is, I'm sure, very similar in other parts of the world, including here in Africa. And so while this is World Anti-Counterfeiting Day, we must not forget the impact of piracy, the evil twin of counterfeiting, and its impact on our creators. I was struck by the story of Kenyan comedian Njugush, who invested heavily in a stand-up show, only to see it pirated online before he could even share it on his own platforms and channels. And while, of course, he's a successful comedian, he's built a strong following, he's got millions of people who follow him across social media, and therefore he enjoys a certain business resilience. Imagine the impact on someone who's just starting out or less popular. Such a person may not even survive such a blow. And as the creative sector contributes 5% of Kenya's GDP, this has deep and detrimental impact on Kenya's creators and its creative economy as well. And I say this as a musician, or as a recovering musician, and I think this has an impact not just on the creative economy, but on Kenya's culture as well at the same time. And that's why I'm so pleased that Kenya is committing to combating IP crime. And as both your Anti-Counterfeit Act and the ACA mature, and I'm very pleased to hear that there will be some structural reforms to bring all under one roof, you'll all be contributing to Kenya's IP ecosystem with a clear mission and mandate, and even more ability to work across. It's also good to see that you have a focus on international cooperation and digital enforcement. The fact that 30% of Kenyan counterfeit transactions now take place online, and the same happens all over the world, by the way, reinforces just how vigilant we must be to new and evolving forms of illicit trade. Kenya will not walk this path alone, but together with the World Intellectual Property Organization. Last year, we are very pleased to have partnered with the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry to support the second International Symposium on IP protection and enforcement here in Nairobi. And I'm very pleased to share that we are now in active discussions with KIPI to launch a sub-regional initiative for law enforcement officials to train prosecutors, police officers, and customs officials here in Kenya. And all these efforts were built on WIPO's broader work in the area of IP enforcement. Last year, we trained thousands of law enforcement officials all over the world, but we also added thousands of IP infringing websites to WIPO Alert, which is our global database of already 25,000 copyright infringing websites. We have a standing invitation for more countries to join WIPO Alert, and we welcome the day when Kenya will join us and add to our anti-piracy efforts on WIPO Alert. We're also going to advance 2 new enforcement tools. WIPO Alert Pay, where we'll work with financial institutions to cut off sources of funding and financing to online counterfeit goods and subscription-based piracy sites. And WIPO CRIS, which is a sophisticated customs recordation system to bolster enforcement at borders. Next year, we also pilot the first global forum for IP prosecutors, where best practices, case studies, and tools can be shared amongst the global community of IP prosecutors, and we hope that Kenya will join us as well. Chair Alan Kosgei, you mentioned Kenya is unique. You have in your constitution, Article 45, mentions the importance of IP protection, elevating this to the highest law of the land. And of course, ACA is unique as one of the very, very few institutions in the Global South with an experienced mandate and mission to address IP enforcement. We therefore invite ACA and Kenya to take an active role in all of the work of WIPO in supporting IP protection and IP enforcement. While laws and regulations and capacity building are important, the most critical long-term factor is mindset. And we have to reach ordinary citizens and show them that IP matters to their daily lives and that counterfeiting is not just an issue for foreign investors entering Kenya, but also for Kenyan innovators who want to grow. The good news is that many people in Kenya see this value in IP. Last year, WIPO surveyed 25,000 laypersons, not IP people like us, but laypersons, on what they thought about IP. We surveyed 25,000 people in 50 countries, including Kenya. We asked them what they thought about IP. And what was very interesting is that attitudes towards IP was more positive in Africa and Asia than in Europe and North America. So the mindset is changing here in this part of the world and in my part of the world. And I think this helps us to create an opening to break the mindset that innovation is something that only happens in places like Silicon Valley. We now need to make sure that innovation happens in the Rift Valley as well. To help change mindsets, WIPO is transforming how we communicate and engage about IP. We need to demystify IP, bring it closer to the ground. And this means that we need to make IP relatable to ordinary people. And this is why WIPO has transformed our engagement and media strategy, shifting strongly towards a storytelling approach that makes it less mysterious and more relatable, more understandable. Amongst the hundreds of stories we have shared, and yesterday I shared the story of Emily Kitana, who's won a WIPO award with Farm Life Technologies, as well as Ann Jury, who started a Kenyan company on skincare products based on goat milk. But one story that we shared as well is that of Professor Jane Catherine Ngila, a Kenyan academic. After attending a WIPO leadership course, Professor Ngila now mentors her students to see their research through an IP and IP commercialization lens. Reaching youth is especially important in Kenya and in Africa, where 8 in 10 of the population are under the age of 35. So last year we launched WIPO's IP Yes. Yes meaning Youth Empowerment Strategy, to ensure that our future innovators and creators become confident in innovating, acquire practical IP skills to help them become successful entrepreneurs or innovators, and have opportunities to apply this knowledge. One key initiative of this, and we're discussing this with Kenya and others in this part of the world, is how to bring IP to the curriculum and lives of primary school, secondary school, and high school students, so that they see IP as part of their journey as well. To conclude, IP enforcement is no longer an issue at the periphery of Kenya's economy. It has become central to Kenya's long-term growth and development. And a society that does not respect its own innovators and creators will never prosper. On World Anti-Counterfeiting Day, WIPO stands shoulder to shoulder with Kenya in support of IP protection and enforcement, and through that, in support of Kenya's innovators and creators who want to commercialize their IP and Kenya's economic, social, and cultural development. Ang guya nayo, asanteni sana.
Wow. Another beautiful round of applause to the Director General. Thank you so much. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Did you get that statement? Did you get that statement? If we don't respect our innovators, we will never prosper. And upholding authenticity is about respecting our innovators. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to celebrate the place of, and I loved what the DG talked about, the attitude towards IP is more positive in Africa. And that is why there is need for us to demystify IP, making it relatable to people. And that is why we really want to now celebrate the girls. They spoke to us in a very special language. All of us listened, we danced to their tune. And right now we want to appreciate the place of art in demystifying whatever kind of information we want to send to the people. So I'll kindly call upon the following. This was in regards to the Kenya Music Festivals. So please, let's celebrate all these that I will call, and to guide us to just give them awards for their presentations during the Kenya Music Festival. We're ready? So we just want to appreciate all the schools that really did well, and they still are doing well. So just in absentia, let's appreciate, we have Moses Mudavadi Primary School. Makofi out of that, because this is, by the way, we are live. We are live. So in the next 10 years, you will actually watch yourself via YouTube, ACA channel. So even as we give them a big round of applause, we really want to appreciate them in absentia. Big round of applause to Beacon of Hope, Music and Dance. Well done, Beacon of Hope. We have secondary school, St. Peter's DC. A big round of applause for them. Jonathan Mara Comprehensive, makofi out of Adali. Bunyore Girls, and it wasn't just girls, we had Nyagutu Boys as well, makofi out of Adali. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to for Madhaidi Girls. So let's get one of your representatives. You can come over, take a photo with the Director General as you receive this particular award. Director General, let's get the award. Let's get the award. Or a photo for that sense. Please get, is that Claire? Claire, is that you? Well done. A big round of applause for Claire. Thank you so much. Asante sana. We appreciate you. Keep the hard work. Fantastic. Wow. Makofi tafadhali. Oh, there we go. There we go. Fantastic, fantastic. Well done. Well done. Madhaidi Girls, Music and Dance. We've already heard from them. We've danced with them as well. And I can see you, Zipporah, celebrating. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Makofi nyingine tafadhali. Thank you so much. Asante sana. And thank you, Director General. Many thanks for that. All right. So we're looking at, we've just seen secondary schools, primary schools. Let's now move on to external stakeholders. We have several categories here. We want to appreciate them as well. We have 6 categories to be exact. So I'd kindly call upon the following to just help us in awarding these remarkable teams Can I call upon Neddy? Neddy, please. Be on standby to give the first category award, Enforcement Protection Masters, Caleb. Karibu sana bwana Caleb. Dr. Carolyn. Dr. Carolyn, are you still here? Dr. Carolyn. Dr. Carolyn. Where is she? Dr. Carolyn? Where is she? I can't. Dr. Carolyn, I'm here. Caleb has just been called out. Did you find out more about Caleb?
Not yet.
Okay. I was an assignment. But after speaking to him, what did you find out about him?
I found that he's very keen on ensuring that brands are taken care of so that the menace of counterfeits is dealt with.
Big round of applause to for Dr. Carolyn. Indeed. Caleb, well done. Now we know. Now we know. Thank you so much. Tume consultant, Asante Sana. Thank you so much. Neddy, up next, can I call upon Dr. Robbie Tafadhali? Help us in giving the next category. This is the Education and Public Awareness category. We have Joseph Wariuko from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Isaac Yugi, MRM, Zipporah Kuria. Finally, wow. Makofi yao tafadhali. Please welcome as you receive your award of appreciation. Now, it's important to note that they're not just receiving awards for the sake of it, but because they've gone out of their way in supporting ACA initiatives. They've gone out of their way. So makofi yao tafadhali. These are the ones who are saying the future is possible. We will prosper because we respect our innovators. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Dr. Robbie, as well. Asante sana. Up next, Bwana Alan, anguka nayo. Asante sana. Many thanks. Karibu sana. Please help us in giving the next category is recordation. We have Lona Mbatia, Hazel Okoth. Karibuni tafadhali. Lona Mbatia, Hazel Okoth, are you here? Asante sana. They are makofi yao tafadhali. They've gone out of their way to support initiatives. Asante sana in upholding authenticity. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Many thanks, many thanks. Many thanks, Bwana Alam. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, next category, we're looking at the category media. I'd kindly request Kenya Bureau of Standards, Managing Director, Madam Esther Ngari, please help us in giving these awards to Sophia Ali and Bwana Dennis Lubanga. Where are you? Please come forward. Asante. Oh, Sophia. That's my colleague. Well done. Keep it up. Keep it up. Well done. Well done. Oh, well done. Well done. Fantastic. That's the media category. Fantastic. Thank you so much. People who have gone out of their way to make sure that we protect authenticity, credibility, and alertness. Thank you so much indeed. Asante. Thank you so much, Madam Estangari. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I'd kindly call upon Noreen. Noreen, please come forward to help us give the legal category award to Spoor and Fisher, Brenda Siango, CFL Advocates. Karibuni sana. Muko wapi, muko wapi. Representatives, please come forward so that you receive your awards. That's Spoor and Fisher. Spoor and Fisher. Brenda Siango. Asante. Okay. So ACA can receive on their behalf. So ACA, you can receive that particular award. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, asante sana. Okay. Once again, a big round of applause to all the external stakeholders. Asante sana. Now I wonder. Think about this. Just imagine for a moment, where were you? Where were you 15 years ago? Oh yeah, you're doing the math now. It's good. It's good. And I can see you smiling. I'm actually coming. Where were you 15 years ago? Where were you 15 years ago? Think about it. Where were you? Where were you 15 years ago? Talk to me.
Hi, thank you. I think I was pregnant in New York.
Wow! A big round of applause. Well done. So, 15 years. Wow. And that's really good because we're celebrating life. 15 years of saving lives, ladies and gentlemen. 15 years of saving lives. And that's why we're here, ladies and gentlemen. Did you see that banner? Just turn. For those, please make sure you see that banner, this banner. A vehicle and a dead body. Bidharushi hudhuru maisha na usalama kwa barabara. Some of these accidents we witness is because of what we're talking about today. 15 years ago, a life was born. Thank you so much for sharing that. So, it's been 15 years of saving lives. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to celebrate ladies and gentlemen who have served with ACA for more than 10 years. So please, karibu. Please, a big round of applause for them as they come. They've been serving ACA for more than 10 years. Please go to the front. We want to celebrate you. The staff at ACA, Mukoapi. 10 years. 10 years. And going strong. Oh. DJ Tang, we need you. Please take that photo. And by the way, we still want to remember the 15 years. Oh, Doctor, oh, absolutely. And you as well. We want to celebrate this moment. It's been 15 years. Please come. A big round of applause, please. Well done. Wow. Where are the staff members? They're going to receive a certificate of recognition, of appreciation for their more than 10 years of service. Wow. Thank you so much. Makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you so much. Oh, that's it. Asante sana. Excellent. Well done. Thank you so much. Many thanks. Thank you so much. You may now kindly take your seats. We celebrate you. The fight is still on. The battle is still on to save lives. Many thanks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, those reports, 2 reports that, oh my goodness, we need to read that report. And whatever we do, we must make sure that the people at the grassroots level get to hear. 42% of substandard medical products in Africa, counterfeit. 20% of products sold in Kenyan markets, counterfeit. Annual loss, 800 billion because of counterfeit products. Awareness level, 65%. This is not just a launch of a report that will be put in some shelf. It's a report that all of us must read, and so we are ready to launch those 2 reports. I'd kindly request the Director General, once again, Executive Director, ACA, please, as well. We have the launch pad. We have the launch pad on the right side, your left. Dr. Robbie, this way. This is the launch pad. You'll be given a scissor. Director General. We'll have a countdown, and all of us, I'd kindly request that we get ready for the countdown, because this is a countdown that is going to mark a new era. Bwana Alan, karibuni. The whole table, tafadhali. Bwana Joseph, karibu sana pia. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. We're ready. We'll have a countdown. Then once we say 1, that's when we will cut the ribbon. Ladies and gentlemen, the countdown. Let's count together. That's 10, 9, 8. Together, ladies and gentlemen, 7, 6, 5. Let's all stand. 4. Come on. 3. Let's stand. 2. And 1. Cut the ribbon. Wow, there we go. The reports, the 2 reports, consumer level. Wow, come on, it's a celebration. Come on. Woo! Bam. All right, let's get some copies of the rest of us, we can take our seats. Let's get some copies. Oh, please don't take your seats yet. We have copies for you. Madam Estangare, please. Thank you so much. So we'll have some on the other side of the... All right. Yeah, thank you, DJ. Bwana Joseph, you can actually come this way. It's all right. There we go. Just there. That's it. The media fraternity is well represented here. We want to make sure that the country knows this is exactly what we're doing here. We're saving lives for generations to come. All right. That's okay. Dr. Robbie, maybe you can come as well here. So, where should they come? Okay. At the middle. Fantastic. You're the people. You're the experts. Thank you so much for that guidance. All right. A big round of applause once again. Come on. Thank you so much. Many thanks. Many thanks. Asanteni sana. Those joining us online, we say merci beaucoup. Shukran jazilan. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as they take their seats, thank you so much, Director General. We appreciate your time, commitment. We want to now close. And to close for us with a vote of thanks, please welcome the Deputy Director, Education and Public Awareness, ACA, Madam Agnes Karingo. Makofi yake tafadhali. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Riding on the protocols established before, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Is it afternoon yet? Yes. Good afternoon. It's a great honor to stand before you to just pass a vote of thanks on behalf of the Anti-Counterfeit Authority for being here today. For the Kenyans, a public holiday, and you still found time. Allow me to begin with our guest, the Director General of WIPO and the accompanying distinguished guests for finding it time. I know we've taken you on a marathon, and you're still here and still ready to go other places. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Director Darren Tang. Thank you. Thank you so much for finding this time to be with us and dancing to all the tunes. And we are not done with you yet. Allow me also to pass a vote of thanks to the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry for great support, represented here by Mr. Mbeva. And of course, we know we have the blessings, as always, of the Cabinet Secretary, the Principal Secretaries. We thank you so much for your great support. Today here, we also have a number of chairs of the boards have been represented by Madam Nedi on behalf of the ACA Chairman, Mr. Kosgei, who has very, very ably represented all the chairs of the boards of directors of the various parastatals and organizations. Let's give it up for him, please, and all the chairs of the board present. We also have a number of CEOs that are present. We appreciate you. You have found time to be here. 2 factorial for the CEOs. Thank you. And of course, from the private sector, we have various associations that are represented. We have COPI, Chair, Dr. Mukoro, and all the others. We really want to appreciate the journey that you have walked with us, not just for today, but even in other initiatives that ACA has undertaken, awareness, enforcement, research, name it. We really want to appreciate you for that, and all the members of your associations, including the consumer associations that are also represented here. Let's give them a 3 factorial. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much. And we go to the learning institutions. The learning institutions, we have a number of them represented here, starting with NDU, USIU, we have KU, JQuat, KCA, and of course in absentia, Michigan University. And we cannot forget our very own young ladies from Madaivi Girls. Let's give them a nice 2, just 2 factorial. Let's go 1, 2, 1, 2, Thank you, ladies. And of course, you represent all those other schools, over 100 schools that participated in at various levels of the Kenya Music Festivals. Of course, we have colleagues from ACA, from KIPI, Kekobo, all the others that are well represented here. Asanteni sana. We have walked this journey. We continue to work together, and we continue also to work together. So thank you so much. We just give them what we call a flash, just 1. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for a good flash. And we have the media fraternity. We have very many of them here. We believe you have carried our story. You have been carrying it, and you have carried it for today, and we do not take you for granted. We really want to appreciate you. Thank you so much. May you continue to tell the story. May you continue to walk with us as we continue with the war on counterfeits in our country. And last but not the least, I want to acknowledge and appreciate all the service providers, and to represent them, we have Kayamba Africa. They'll do just a bit as we finalize. And to each one of you, if I have not mentioned you in that short list, today it's been short. If I haven't mentioned you, please just know that we really do appreciate. Thank you for coming to be with us, not just being here, but because as you carry that booklet, those 2 booklets with the reports, you go out as our ambassadors. Let us not go and keep those books in cabinets. Let's read them. Let's make use of them. Let's make a difference wherever we are towards fighting counterfeits, towards inculcating towards cultivating respect for intellectual property in our country and beyond. So thank you so much. May God bless you. We thank God because of this very, very moment. As Henry comes up, Kayamba Africa.
Thank you. We are at the tail end of this, and my responsibility is very simple. Is to ask you not to be a counterfeit of yourself. How do we do this? One request to be outstanding, whoever is sitting down, probably is the counterfeit that you're talking about.
DG, it wouldn't be fair that you go home without dancing to the tune that hapa kwetu hakuna matata. And it is true, hakuna matata. Over to you, Kayamba Africa, as we finish.
Keep it moving. Hakuna matata. Let's go. Now, just Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Nchi ya kupendeza, hakuna matata. Tembelea pembe zote, hakuna matata. Wimbo wako sawa, hakuna matata. Kimi wako sawa, hakuna matata. Nasema jambo kila mdogo, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Yesiye wako sawa, hakuna matata. Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Kenya yapendeza, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Jambo lote, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. ED, I request that ED, the Executive Director and the Director General, here in Kenya, when you visit somebody's home, they give you a gourd of milk to carry home. But if you carry that, it may not reach. And so we are giving a symbolic. And this is what we see you when it comes to issues of intellectual property, the lion in the war on counterfeits. Let's give 5 factorial. 1, 2, let's go. Thank you. That was fast from that end. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. We appreciate you, and we look forward to the next time that you come to visit us. Thank you all, and God bless you. Back to you, MC.
Wow, thank you so much. And another big round of applause to Kayamba Africa. Kayamba Africa, well done. And by the way, as we exit, Kayamba Africa will still show us the way. But in the meantime, I'd kindly request that we allow the Director General, together with his delegation, led by Dr. Robbie, you may now kindly have the pleasure with your delegation. Thank you so much. Asante sana. The rest of us, I'd kindly request that we remain seated for quick announcement. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Quick announcement. 2 of them. Number 1, there is a feedback form on the ACA website. Please, before you leave, check it out. We need your feedback. ACA website. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Second, as you exit, lunch will be served. Once you get your meal voucher as you exit, please take note of that. As you exit, you'll be given lunch voucher. Kayamba Africa, kazi kwenu, kazi kwenu. Makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you so much indeed for coming. It was an honor serving you as the moderator. All the best. God bless you. See you at work.
Well, feel free to join us. We go. Apple. 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 Can you stand up? I want us to try this. Angalia hapa. Mkono. Hapo. Hapo. Alafu zunguka. Haya, mara ingine tena. Twende. 1. Haya, zunguka. 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 Haya, tunajaribu hapa sasa, twende. Hapo. Hapo, twende. Haya. Jaribu hapa. Hapo. Alafu chini. Chini. Tunarudi. Rudi hapo. Alafu. Jaribu hapa. Tole. Hapo. Unarudi. Jaribu hapa sasa. Shika mwenzako mabega. Shika mabega hiyo. Haya, nataka tunaenda chini. Yes.